It's the penultimate day of the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. All the medalists have been identified, but now it's right up to them to try and determine the color, the destiny of their podium finish. The second of the semi-finals day, and we are going live soon. Absolutely. Welcome once again to the Shahid Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex in Greater Noida for the third or fourth day rather of the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida 2025. This is what we have for you. Semi-finals in the women's 57 kgs. We also have India's Jaismine Lamboria, but the first one is also going to be a great matchup between Ahhyeon of Korea and Shih of Chinese Taipei. Kang Sukyung and Dionne Burman, the defending champion in that weight category. Neeraj Phogat, who's going to be in action as well. And then we move on to the men's. Soushi Makino against Asilbek Jalilov. And then continued Indian participation with Jadumani Singh among them. There's also Pawan Barthwal, who will be taking on Ellis Trowbridge, who was so impressive in his quarterfinal victory himself. And Jugnu Ehlawat will be in action in the 85 kg men's category against Sarsembek Shev. Now, speaking of heavyweight performances, we saw one class one from Nupur Sharan, the very well decorated Indian boxer in her semi-finals yesterday. Let's find out what she had to say after that.
अच्छा लग रहा है मैम काफ़ी कि अपने देश के लिए मेडल सिक्योर कर लिया हमने और अब फाइनल्स है मेरी जो कि परसों होगी. अभी उसके लिए तैयारी करनी है. अपोनेंट है जो मेरी उज़्बेकिस्तान की, वो मुझसे लंबी है क्योंकि मैं खुद बहुत लंबी हूँ, तो वो मुझसे लंबी है, तो अभी उसके लिए सोचना है कि कैसे खेलना है, कैसे नहीं, उसके लिए प्लान करना है.
A good win for Ulzhan Sotimboeva.
स्ट्रैटेजी तो अभी मैं अपने कोचेस से बात करूँगी और जिस हिसाब से मुझे गाइड करेंगे, मुझे जो बताएंगे. देश को मैं यही कहना चाहूँगी कि आई विल ट्राई माय बेस्ट कि मैं गोल्ड जीतूँ अपने देश के लिए.
Absolutely fabulous to see the kind of response which all the Indian boxers have had from the home crowd. We also had Narinder Barwal, who pulled off quite an impressive victory, and let's find out what he reacted like after this win.
हम जब कैंप से आए थे अभी यहाँ पे, तो टारगेट यही था कि भाई हमारे टीम में मतलब हम गोल्ड लेके जाऊँगा. मैं, मेरे ऊपर कोचिंग को पूरा भरोसा था और कोचिंग ने पूरी ट्रेनिंग कराई थी. मैं इस बॉक्सर से लास्ट वर्ल्ड कप में हार गया था, उसकी कमियाँ दूर की मैंने और फिर इसको हराया मैंने. अभी 6 महीने पहले मैं इससे 3-2 में हार गया था ब्राज़ील में, और अब मैंने बदला लिया और मैं फाइनल के लिए रेडी हूँ.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
First of the bouts today, Ahhyeon of South Korea up against Shih. Ahhyeon getting a bye through to the semi-finals, and that's why she's expected to be the favored boxer in this in terms of ranks at least. Out she comes. Quarterfinalist at the Thailand Open earlier this year, and one of the rising stars of Korean boxing, as it were. But she's up against a formidable opponent herself. This is going to be a good match to get things moving with.
Representing Chinese Taipei, Shih.
Shih of Taipei, a victor against Sitora Turdibekova in the previous match, a bronze medalist from the Kazakhstan World Cup, and the 60 kg bronze medal at the Paris Olympic Games as well. So somebody with some good pedigree behind her. She's made the drop down in terms of weight categories, and it will be interesting to see how that has impacted her game, if at all. Mohammad Abdul Salama from Egypt, today's referee. And a healthy mix of Europeans, Asians, as well as Africans, and a Mexican among the 5 judges. Just to remind you how the scoring works in boxing, each of the 5 judges give their respective verdicts for each round. There are 3 rounds of 3 minutes apiece. And depending exactly on how that bout goes, it just makes it possible for the numbers to be tallied, and on the basis of that, that's how every bout is decided, unless there's a technical knockout. We have seen one already, Arundhati Chaudhary winning her semi-final yesterday in the women's 70 kg category through that route. All-Asian semi-final to get things moving, with Jaismine Lamboria of India coming up next in this same weight category in a bout against Ulzhan Sarsembek of Kazakhstan. An engrossing day of boxing awaits. 2 sessions, plenty of bouts. The first one, the first round, the first punch about to come now. Ahhyeon is in red, her opponent in blue, Shih. Nothing much to choose in terms of physicality. Possibly Ahhyeon just a tad bit taller, not particularly big. These lighter weight categories, you'll always find a lot of movement, especially early on. Nothing decisive yet inside the first minute, more of a probing mission from both boxers. Very, very cautious from both boxers. They know the stakes are high here in the semi-finals. Already assured of at least a bronze, but they want to convert it into better colors. A couple of decent punches landed by Ahhyeon in the red. What had worked well for Wu Shih in her quarterfinals, of course, was the fact that she had been quite willing to move as much as possible and keep Sitora Turdibekova at bay. That's something similar that she's trying to do here. Pretty much boxing on the outer part of the ring. More of a defense-first approach, finally connecting with the right. Of decent movements from both boxers, but this is probably going to be a close one. Won't be surprised if it's a split verdict between the judges. And that'll leave all to play for in rounds 2 and 3. Did watch a couple of interviews just before this match, and they were talking about the importance of familiarity with the opponent. Park Ahhyeon and Wu Shi would have faced each other, I'm sure, on the circuit. That's been reflected in the cautious and cagey start by both of them. It was Park Ahhyeon who started that round a little better, but some of the counter punches from Wu Shi in blue were more effective as that round came to a close. That's reflected in the scores because all 5 judges going with the Taipei boxer in blue, 10-9. So an emphatic lead after the first round of this match, the first of the semi-finals on day 4 of the World Boxing Cup Finals here in Greater Noida. As is often the case, there's not much of a difference between the two boxers, which is why Ahhyeon will believe that she can come right back into this contest. Two nations with great depth in boxing. So many quality boxers from both Korea as well as Taipei who have been winning medals at international events all the way through, which is why it's often such a demanding job to come into such a big event and get those medals going. Standing count against Ahhyeon, good couple of connections from Shih, going all the way to 8. Been good, Shih, especially with that late counter that she commands. Tends to move in late on her opponent, seemingly a little defensive, but then those punches packing quite a bit of power. Day 4 of 5 in competition here at the World Boxing Cup Finals. Finals day tomorrow, Thursday. All of the medals finalized and decided, all the medal ceremonies as well to follow. One of Korea or Taipei, they will of course, but which one of them will go up in for that contention in the women's 57 kg category? Other contenders from India and Kazakhstan who will be in action soon in the second semi-final. At the moment, it's Park Ahhyeon who has to do something different because it's Wu Shi who's landing the more decisive blows. Seemed like it's another good round for the Taipei boxer. Wu Shi continues to be the offender, and that's how she seems to have wrested the initiative in this bout. Korea's Park Ahhyeon needs a lot of comebacks to make here in this particular match. Also was offered the count on one occasion, which went all the way to 8. Some good punches packed. That's why Wu Shi in control in blue at the moment in this particular bout. So the bronze medalist from Paris, Wu Shi, leading quite comfortably. 2 of the judges, in fact, or 3 of them rather, also offering an 8 for that second round to Park Ahhyeon. Means the mathematical possibility of her overturning this quite slim in terms of what she needs to do. She's already had 1 count against her, but will need to move in for either a TKO or a dramatic reversal in terms of points. That's why you might see a slightly more pragmatic approach from Shih. Having said that, though, she begins with offense. Ahhyeon has the right idea. However, each time you look to attack, it does come at the cost of letting your defense down, and that's something which someone as experienced as Shih will look to capitalize on. Last and final opportunity for Ahhyeon to make an impression. Otherwise, we'll have to be content with a bronze. About a minute or so. It's been a braver approach from Ahhyeon, not surprising considering the score line, but she's not yet been able to make that kind of impression or that opening that she wants against Shih. Using all of her experience to make sure that her opponent is kept at bay. Still moving around in a sprightly manner, the boxer in blue. Shih looks like she's heading towards the final, into the last 10 seconds. Still not relenting, still keeping a fairly aggressive posture. The boxer from Chinese Taipei will probably be celebrating at the end of this. Ahhyeon seemingly resigned to her fate. Turned out to be an entertaining battle, but was settled as a contest fairly early on, the way that Shih took the advantage. Especially that count in the second round that may have put paid to any hopes of Ahhyeon coming back into this. But it was good all the way through from the boxer in blue, evading some of those punches and landing some good counters of her own. Definitely only one corner which has the smiles at the moment, probably aware of the likely outcome, likeliest outcome.
The winner on point by unanimous decision. In the blue corner, representing Chinese Taipei, Shih.
It is Shih from Chinese Taipei goes through, and she'll be the first finalist in the women's 57 kg category. Thoroughly professional performance all the way through. Especially good with her defense. And then she was also able to pounce and get some good counters going. Through to the title clash, and she'll await the winner of the next bout, which will feature India's Jaismine Lamboria and Ulzhan Sarsembek of Kazakhstan, following soon after.
Power, It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
About to see Jaismine Lamboria of India in the second semi-final in the women's 57 kg category, and she'll be taking on the two-time Asian under-22 champion Ulzhan Sarsembek of Kazakhstan.
In the red corner, representing India, Jaismine.
Expect some good home support for Jaismine. This is what it comes down to for her. 57 kgs. Recent medals at the World Championships as well.
Representing Kazakhstan, Sarsembek Ulzhan.
And she's up against, in the blue, Ulzhan Sarsembek. She calls herself the monster. And let's see if she can come up with a monstrous performance in this particular bout against the home favorite, no doubt about it, Jaismine Lamboria.
Antonio Stephen. Just one from Chigia, just two from World Boxing, just three from Mongolia, just four from Mexico, just five from France.
Ugandan official inside the ring for this one. Would expect this to be a tight battle, but there's absolutely no doubt that Jaismine brings in the greater pedigree. 24 years of age, from Bhiwani in Haryana. Was the champion in Kazakhstan when the World Cup Stage 2 was played there. Following that, of course, that World Championship medal as well. Quick reminder from the referee to keep things fair, to keep things as professional as possible inside the ring. So this for a place in the final of the women's 57 kg. The opponent will be Taipei's Wu Shi, the Olympic medalist from Paris. Jaismine with a slight height advantage in this one, and she will want to utilize that reach. Sarsembek, though, has come out with a fairly organized and attacking mindset. Pushing Jaismine into the corners. It's a good aggressive start from both. Both believing in the dictum of attack being the best form of defense. Some very good punches have been landed by the boxer from Kazakhstan. Jaismine winning that stage 2 after beating Juscelio from Brazil. Also went past a Kazakhstan boxer Aidana Zabakaeva in the semi-finals. Been an even contest. Sarsembek with some good punches early on, but Jaismine now beginning to defend much better. Both athletes really enjoying the heat of this battle. Little smile on Sarsembek's face as she moves in. Of course, is a sport where belief, any combat sports for that matter, belief plays such a massive role. Half the battle, one perhaps in your head, but then you have to make sure that you never cross it over into overconfidence or complacency, because that can lead to your downfall. And it just takes a blink of an eye for the situation to change. Jaismine lands a couple of punches, 8 in the first round. Is that good enough to sway the favor of the judges? Could well be a split verdict, just judging by how Sarsembek began, but how well Jaismine is finishing this first round. Took a knock to the face, but then responded with a couple herself. Even Stevens, I thought, and it will be very interesting how the judges have read this one. Jaismine Lamboria started a little on the back foot with the Kazakhstan boxer. Sarsembek coming out all guns blazing, but as it went on, Jaismine grew in confidence, got some shots in. Kept getting some decent punches away, and at the end of it, it's a 5-love lead for India's Jaismine Lamboria. Everything to do for Ulzhan, Sarsembek. Important second round, especially for the boxer in blue.
Round 2.
Sarsembek, not surprisingly, who's going in for the aggressive start of the two. Jaismine doing very well to use that height of hers. Staying away from the punching range of Sarsembek. Every now and then just moving in, weaving in for the counter as she does there. It's definitely not turning out to be easy. Sarsembek proving a tricky opponent to deal with. Lots of ducks and weaves. Few punches from the blue gloves also landing, but a few more from red, I suspect, making their mark in the early stages of the second round. Now, can she finish with a flourish as she did in the first round? Jaismine Lamboria of India. Motley little crowd, but all chanting her name. Sarsembek trying her best to just go through the defenses a bit, but that's where Jaismine has been quite good in this bout. As we've seen with a few of the lighter weight categories, using the corners of the ring to good effect. Not always a defensive option, sometimes you can also use it to convert it into offense very quickly. Good left landed by Sarsembek. He has had a more positive round, one would think. Some issues with the headgear will have to be put back. Add another 10 seconds overall. But so far it's Jaismine who's looking in control. World number 2 boxer in her weight category. What happened? Too close for comfort in the end. So another round which does look like it has lent towards yet another Haryanvi boxer from Bhiwani. Lost out in the 2024 Asian Games, but she's making a mark here. Gold at the World Boxing Championships, gold at the World Boxing Cup, and she's going for gold at the World Boxing Cup Finals as well in Greater Noida. Another round goes Jaismine's way. So overwhelmingly in control of this bout and just needs to effectively manage the third round. Or maybe send a message across to Shih if she can deliver something close to a knockout. Sarsembek, the monster, has to come up with something quite special. However, in that desperation, you can make a few more errors. You can let your guard down. Best part about Jaismine's performance today has been the ring management. The way that she's been able to cover pretty much every part of the circle or every part of the ring. And come up with some decisive blows every time she gets an opening. It's a very common tactic when one opponent or when boxer is slightly taller than the opponent. They use that movement as a weapon. Stays out of her range, but then moves in very quickly, gets a punch and then again retreats quietly. Sarsembek trying to now go for the jugular. She does need something pretty decisive in terms of punches, in terms of impact, which just not has happened for her in this match. Jaismine's defensive game has been on point. Into the last minute, India getting close to finding their first finalist from day 4 of competition at the World Boxing Cup Finals at the Shahid Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex in Greater Noida. 24-year-old Jaismine Lamboria from Bhiwani. She's been very good with her defense. She's also attacked well from time to time and has all but sewn this particular bout up into the last 10 seconds. The crowd knows. I'm sure Ulzhan Sarsembek knows, and surely Jaismine Lamboria knows which way the hands will go up at the end of this from the Ugandan referee. The third round where there was an attempt at a counter-offensive from Sarsembek, but it was very well handled. Some good defense. Lots of movement from Jaismine, using her frame to good effect. And then some good blows landed as well every time she got the opportunity. It's likely to be a unanimous decision in her favor.
The winner on point by unanimous decision. In the right corner, representing India,
Jaismine with the win. And through to the finals of the 57 category, where she'll take on Shih, the Olympic medalist from 2024. That's going to be a cracker of a contest. This one too had all the makings of a close one. In fact, Sarsembek had her moments, but on the whole, Jaismine was very good at managing this entire bout. The defense was pretty strong and some of the counters were good. She was exceptional at using her reach in making it through to the finals of the women's 57 kg category.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Now we move along to the women's 65 kg category. It's the first semi-final. It's Kang Sukyung of South Korea, and she'll be up against Dionne Burman of
in
England.
the red corner, representing Republic of Korea, Kang Sukyung.
Kang Sukyung, 23-year-old. That's a pretty special entry, a little different from some of the others that we have seen. Just reveals a bit of spunk, a bit of personality, which is always good to see.
Representing England, Burman, Dionne.
Dionne Burman, defending champion in a manner of speaking, because the last World Cup finals were played in her home country in England, in Sheffield. And the women's category there was the 66 kg, where she won gold. But somebody with a lot of experience as well. England, in fact, one of those countries which are well represented at these World Cup finals.
Judge one from Egypt.
Canadian referee for this, Jennifer Huggins. And among the judges we have Uzbekistan, Bulgaria, Guatemala and Egypt. This category will also feature an Indian boxer in the second semi-final, Neeraj Phogat, from the famous Phogat family, normally known for wrestlers. He is perhaps the odd one out, the boxer among them. However, for the moment, it's between the Korean and the English woman. Yet another Asia versus Europe clash. We've seen a few of those at these World Boxing Cup finals. Noticing a little bit more of a crowd beginning to develop around. By the evening session, we are likely to have quite the atmosphere inside this indoor arena in Greater Noida. It's been a lot of fun bringing these matches to you. There are some angles and pictures which many of you who follow or watch boxing regularly may not have seen before. It's our endeavor to try and bring the best of the world, competing from the best possible angles, as many good replays as possible. Dionne Burman will be hoping for a replay of her exploits from last year's Cup Finals. Once again, a slight advantage in terms of height, this time for Burman. Definitely moving a lot more, but also not backing away from landing some of those punches quite effectively. Sukyung made it to the quarterfinals, the World Cup Stage 2 in Kazakhstan. Korea, of course, a nation with a plethora of boxers, especially in the women's categories, in the lighter weights in particular. There's some heavy duty competition, which is why it's so difficult to even get a chance to represent your country. This is something which must be said, especially for Olympic sports. Usually the depth of field in several of the countries is so rich that automatically getting some good results is not enough to give you continued representation. There's inevitably some trials or the other where you have to come up with boxers or other athletes of comparable level, and it's simply down to being good on that day. It is a good thing in many respects, but it can also be frightening, as this punch nearly was for our camera person. Burman has probably just been able to dominate enough of this first round. But Sukyung is also showing a lot of good attacking intent. This is likely to be a duel which lasts the distance and could go down pretty much to the last round to see which team or which color ends up celebrating. Kang Sukyung, exuberant in her entrance, but Dionne Burman, the more experienced, the wily player, and just controlled that first round quite effectively. Yet again, we see an example of a taller boxer using that reach to good effect, defending well. The counters were quite positive, and the judges seem to have agreed with that assessment. All five going with Dionne Burman. In fact, a couple of them giving an 8. The judges from Guatemala and Bulgaria to Kang Sukyung. Kang Sukyung didn't do a lot wrong, but trails by a fairly significant distance at the moment. That explains why she's come out punching early on. Women 65, second semi-final coming up shortly, and after that we move on to the men's semi-finals in men's, beginning with the 50 category, then 55, and then we have the 85, all of which will have representation from the home nation, India. Indian boxing fans in particular in for a real treat, but some of the best in the world are here. The early intent has been good and positive from Kang Sukyung, beg your pardon. But Burman's defensive resolve has been quite good. And boxers have some great technical support. TV Boxing have sent coaches, analysts. Every match is being monitored on video. It's a good sign for all boxers, especially the young ones from that country, the kind of support that they get. It's something which is common across sport. It has been something which national policy has been taken up quite well. Speaking of which, many congratulations to Scotland for returning to the FIFA World Cup after 27 years. Victory against Denmark in the closing stages. But for the moment, it's England's Burman leading this bout against Kang Sukyung. Into the last 30. Positive intent all the way through from Sukyung. Last 10 seconds. How will this one be judged? Because Kang Sukyung made a lot of positive moves. Definitely got a move on in this round. And forced Dionne Burman to get a lot more defensive, to get a lot more evasive with some of her actions. But just that reach of hers, especially with that left, which has made an impact all the way through in this bout. Something about southpaws in every sport, but particularly in boxing. And it's Dionne Burman who rests the initiative in the second round as well, with as many as 5 of the judges in her favor. All to do for Kang Sukyung. Won medals at the National President's Cup in Seoul as well in 2024. And again, just highlighting the depth of field, because Korea have been sending some of their best boxers in these weight categories. But not been able to make it across for this trip, especially at Asian Championships levels or World Championships, Asian Games. Will always have a strong Korean contingent. This is her opportunity to impress. Kang Sukyung, in any case, is going home with a bronze. But she can contest for silver or better gold. Able to reverse the trend, the scoring trend in this match. Burman, though, is using all of her experience and staying away. She does land a punch, or does concede a punch, as I say that. But on the whole, she's been very good at staying away from Sukyung's punching range. Used the mobility inside the ring. Both boxers also tiring visibly. Sukyung, it must be given credit, has been going at it right from the start of this bout. The numerical numbers may not support her too much. But in spite of that, she has been making a lot of positive efforts right through to try and dominate her more experienced opponent. Last 10. A matter of seeing this off now for Burman. And she probably has done enough of that. Congratulations coming in from the support staff, who are probably aware that she's just about bested the pugnacious Korean boxer. Kang Sukyung came out all guns blazing, especially in this third round, tried to reverse the trend, landed a few decent punches of her own, but yet again that left from Dionne, Burman, proving to be a little bit of a difference between the two boxers. This should be yet another unanimous verdict for today.
Point by unanimous decision. In the blue corner, representing England, Burman, Dionne.
Dionne Burman, comfortable in the end. It was Kang Sukyung who was looking to be positive from the start, but just using that slight leverage in terms of the height difference to her benefit. Dionne Burman, the champion in this particular event in the 66 kg category last year in Sheffield, has made it through to yet another final, and she'll await the winner of the next match, which will feature India's Neeraj Phogat against Chen Nien of Taipei. Just a while.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Neeraj Phogat of India in action against Chen Nien of Chinese Taipei. Neeraj Phogat, it's an illustrious name, it's an illustrious family that she belongs to. And much like some of her more famous cousins, she was initially pushed into wrestling, but didn't like that sport too much. Made a late switch to boxing, but she's made quite a career of itself in recent years. She's got a formidable opponent. Chen Nien from Taipei, the reigning Olympic bronze medalist. Also reached the quarterfinals at Tokyo 2020, where she lost out to India's Lavlina Borgohain. And she's also got a gold in the World Championships in Delhi. Besides also medaling at the Liverpool World Championships earlier this year.
From Australia, just 2 from Mongolia, just 3 from
Tough task ahead of Neeraj,
just 5 from
but she will want to leave an impression. This is her turf. On paper, the boxer in blue, the favored boxer here. The home advantage has been a critical factor. Some of the Indian boxers have quite literally punched above their weight. Nothing much between the two boxers in terms of height or build, which should make this more of an even contest. We've had a few which have been fairly easy in terms of unanimous decisions, but this could be closer. While nowhere near close to full, there's still a sizable crowd which is building up on day 4 at the World Boxing Cup Finals here in Greater Noida. It's only expected to build with Indian participation right through this day. You'll know from the cheers every time. Sizable punch lands from Neeraj. Gold at the Women's Nationals in 2025, gold at the Nations Cup in Serbia in 2017, 3-time national champion overall. Because in the World Cup, the first stage this year, none of the women's participants from India were sent as part of the delegation. And the second one, there were a few medal winners. Jasmine Lamboria was a gold medalist. Pooja Rani in the 80 kg category, silver. Not too much success for the Indian contingent overall. Sanju Khatri also winning a bronze in 60 kgs. Not really been that much in terms of recent form from several of these boxers from India, especially among the women. Drills indicating that Canada is still with Neeraj, as is the judge from Czechia. And there's one of them who's actually in favor of Chen and Chin. But still pretty much a dead heat, and it's all down to this last round. Whoever wins this gets through to the finals. However, that 10-9 twice over means that with a 2-1 advantage, Phogat probably has a slight ascendancy. Just needs to make sure that she doesn't get outclassed completely in this third round. Doesn't Chen know it? She's moving in with a lot of venom early on in this third round. First competed at the Olympics in 2016. Wasn't a memorable debut at all, but then 4 years on, or rather 5 years on, losing to an Indian boxer, Lavlina, in the quarterfinals, denying her a medal, making that dream come true in 2024 in Paris. Chen and Chin, a battle of two very experienced boxers. Neeraj Phogat perhaps not so much inside the ring. She's been on the mat to begin her sporting career with. Her brother Hitesh playing a major role in mentoring her and getting her through into boxing. In fact, trained at the famed Singh Academy, named after the grandfather of Nupur Sharan, who we have seen in action at these World Boxing Cup finals. And Nupur's father, Sanjay, in fact, her first coach. This tells you about the tradition, kind of continuity in the Indian state of Haryana. Has contributed so much to sporting excellence. Into the last minute. Neeraj Phogat just needs to see this off. Needs to watch out for that knockout punch, which no doubt Chen is aiming for. He has to take a few more risks now. Getting a bit frenetic. But Neeraj should believe she's done enough. The Indian team looking to find yet another finalist at these World Boxing Cup finals. A battling, bruising final round comes to a close. And Neeraj Phogat has probably just about done enough. Both corners claiming it. Chen and Chin came out all guns blazing in this final round. It was just a 2-1 lead, so she knew that with a few decisive passages of play, she could overturn the score. She might well have, but it looks a little less likely as a result of the fact that Phogat was also able to land a few punches of her own. That uppercut, that little replay, definitely making a lot of dent in terms of what Chen was hoping to do. Let's find out. It will be a split verdict, come what may.
The winner on point by split decision. In the blue corner, representing Chinese Taipei.
It is Chen and Chin.
Chen.
Terrific victory for her. Chen and Chin, the medalist from Paris, and in a dramatic fashion, exactly what we were talking about. She needed to overwhelm the opponent, and she's done that. 5-0 in the third round. So Neeraj Phogat up in a rather difficult battle, and that's how it's turned out to be. She really put in the hard yards, especially in the first 2 rounds, but in the third one, there were some excellent punches landed by Chen. So getting the support staff animated. It's disappointment for the home girl, but she does ensure a bronze for herself at these World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida 2025. Men's action coming up soon.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50 plus years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
First of the men's matches for today. The 50 kg semi-final between Soushi Makino of Japan. He'll be up against Asilbek Jalilov of Uzbekistan.
In the red corner, representing Japan, Makino Soushi.
Makino, 26-year-old from Saitama. And he has a bronze at the World Championships this year in Liverpool to fall back on. Walks in with a good confident gait. And it does promise to be a good battle. 50 kg category, of course, one of the lightest in the men's. And you will expect some good movements between the two of them.
Representing Uzbekistan, Jalilov Asilbek.
Asilbek Jalilov of Uzbekistan was the champion in Brazil at the first stage of the World Cup this year. Overcame Nikki Cummings of France. And before that also beat Jadumani Singh of India in the semi-finals. Of course, won by walkover against Yoo Tae-gun of Korea, his designated opponent in the quarterfinals.
Judge 1 from World Boxing, Judge 2 from Uganda, Judge 3 from Mongolia, Judge 4 from World Boxing, Judge 5 from Ireland.
Mexican referee for this. Like all sports persons, boxers too have their pre-match routines. Something to get themselves into the right frame of mind. Now, who wins this one? This is going to be a close encounter. It's a World Championship medalist up against a World Cup winner from this year. So expect it to be a close and frenetic boxing bout in the men's 50 kg semi-finals. First round. Soushi has a natural crouch to begin with. Asilbek seems to have a slightly longer reach, and that's something that he will want to employ as often as possible in this bout. Got a bit of character, doesn't he? The man from Uzbekistan in blue. Sporting a smile all the way through. It's part of those mind games we often see. A little bit of a taunt to the opposition. Almost a challenge sometimes. It's razor sharp focus at the other end from Makino. Difficult one to call thus far. It's been a bit more frenetic from Soushi Makino. Asilbek Jalilov is using his experience quite smartly. Bit of a tumble. And it's a smile from both. In fact, Makino breaking into his first of this bout. Good contrast in terms of techniques, in terms of approaches. Makino looking to be a lot more aggressive. Asilbek isn't taking too many backward steps, but he's defending quite stoutly. Then using that reach to go in for some jabs, especially with his left. He's got a good left on him. Tapping of the tables towards the last 10 seconds, which also works as a reference for the boxers. It's Jalilov as well as Makino claiming the win in that first round. Men with good recent form in terms of medals at big events. Asilbek, Jalilov of Uzbekistan in blue, seemingly doing a bit more in terms of how he blended defense with aggression. And that's reflected in the scores as well. The 3-2 lead at the moment for Jalilov. Nothing much in it. Judges 2, 4 and 5 giving this one to the Uzbek boxer, while 1 and 3 have gone in favor of Sushi, Makino. In the previous bout, the last bout of the women's section, where one boxer was able to overturn a similar deficit after the first round, came back gradually, inched herself back into it, and then eventually wiped out the opponent in the third round, and that's what gave her a split decision in her favor. Something similar could be attempted by Makino as soon as he gets up on his feet. An interesting dance move. Not, of course, their intention. Asilbek just has a very unpredictable style about him, and that's something that Soushi Makino is struggling to come to terms with completely. Still very narrow between the two of them. One thing to commend about Jalilov is the fact that he's as relaxed as you can hope to be inside any playing arena. Bouncing about with a smile on his face, enjoying himself. Plenty of gestures from time to time. Very expressive face as well. Not sure how much that helps. Crafty ring management in the second round by Asilbek, Jalilov, the man who had the lead going into the second round, and he used it quite effectively this time around. However, Soushi Makino was also able to land some useful punches of his own. And that has meant, much like it happened in the previous bout involving India's Neeraj Phogat, this is now back at a dead heat. It was 3-2 in the first round to Jalilov. It's 3-2 to Makino in the second. And almost each and every referee has flipped over as well. So all of them are on 19 apiece. So this is everything to play for. Even a narrow victory, even a 3-2 in this final round will clinch it for one of these boxers. This is exciting stuff. It's almost like a shoot-off in one round itself. Whoever wins this round wins the bout. No other calculations matter. Makino, World Championship medalist from Liverpool. Uzbekistan's Asilbek Jalilov, man who did win the first of the gold medals at the World Cups this year in Brazil. In prospect, a final against either Omer Izaz of Australia or Jadumani Singh from India. Asilbek now beginning to utilize that reach a lot more. Makino's breaking into a smile as well. It's good boxing. This has been very tactical, very canny, effective use of the ring by both. Plenty of movement. Not too many big punches landed. Closing into the last 75 seconds now. Tough one to call. How will the judges process what has been happening in this third round? Jalilov continues to do a lot more movement than his opponent. And it's at this stage, critical stage, where the boxers also have to figure out what have they done in this round thus far. What do they need to do further? Jalilov being a bit more adventurous into the last minute. Urging the Japanese boxer to bring the fight to him. Been as much psychological as technical, this entire battle between the two. All Asian, but such a massive contrast in terms of how they approach. Another tumble, not the first time. I think there's been one per round. Quick word of caution for Asilbek Jalilov. Getting a couple of good combinations going. Has he done enough though? Soushi Makino was quite happy to retreat into defense. Jalilov thinks he's got this one. In any case, it will be a split verdict.
Thank you.
But this was fun to watch because there was so much happening. Not just inside the ring, but also inside the minds of the two boxers. Asilbek Jalilov, a bit of a showstopper, a bit of a showman. Somebody who I'm sure will go on to have a fairly good professional career.
In the blue corner, representing Uzbekistan,
It is Asilbek Jalilov.
Asilbek.
Gets all the judges in his favor for the third round. And what a superb match this was, because he began with a 3-2 win. And the second round was taken 3-2 by Makino. the World Championship medalist. And it really was pretty much a case of nothing to separate the two all the way through into the third round as well. Jalilov just in little patches, perhaps making more of an impression. That's why winning that 5-love in the end with all 5 judges deeming it in his favor, which is why a unanimous verdict for Asilbek Jalilov of Uzbekistan.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Up next, 50 kg, the second semi-final, Omer Izaz of Australia, and up against him, Mandengbam Jadumani Singh from India.
In the red corner, representing Australia, Omer Izaz.
Young man who fought a good fight, showed a lot of spunk in his victory a couple of days ago. Just showed a lot of intelligence in the way that he took down his opponent. Jakub Slominski from Poland.
India, Mandengbam Jadumani Singh.
Jadumani Singh. World Championship quarterfinalist. A bronze at the stage in Brazil. And also won silver in Astana in the second round of the World Cup this year. Beg your pardon, just that bronze in Brazil for him. But Jadumani, one of the rising stars of Indian boxing, and he was so clinical in his victory against Nurzat Ongarov of Kazakhstan.
Just 2 from Egypt, just 3 from Bulgaria, just 4 from Canada, just 5 from World Boxing.
We saw a lot more cautious mixture of caution and aggression from the man in red, Omer Izaz, while Jadumani was absolutely explosive in his quarterfinal. Which of those strategies will they go back to? Will they revert to the same? Will we see some mix and matching from both? Should be a good contest this. Winner goes through and faces Asilbek Jalilov from Uzbekistan.
Round 1.
India's Jadumani in blue. Omer Izaz, young man from Melbourne, in red. Omer also has a bronze, of course, this year in Kazakhstan. This particular weight category. Lost out to J. Brian Barua Kutro of Philippines in the semi-final eventually. Pretty much an attacking intent off the blocks from Singh of India. Slight height advantage for Izaz. But the speed of punches from Jadumani was a feature of that quarterfinal victory as well. And that's something that is in evidence here too in this match. Certainly mixing it up well. A few punches to the gut as well. Softening up his opponent. It's a great aggressive start from Jadumani Singh. Every positive move from him entices a loud cheer from a crowd absolutely behind the man in blue. To defend well against somebody of Omer's constitution, and that's something that he's done well thus far in this opening round. Really has great positive energy about him. To the last few seconds now, in a corner, but punches out. And as soon as it resumes, there's another left which connects. The judges should go in favor of the boxer in blue. Little bit of swagger as well, just bouncing off the ropes a couple of times playfully. Been a good clean exhibition of aggressive boxing from Jadumani Singh of India. Up against Omer Izaz. Both of them have been bronze medalists in previous stages. At the moment, it's Jadumani Singh who's looking like the one dominating. Got a lot of punches in, and significantly got a few punches into the midriff as well. That's what helped him open up the defense of Omer. The young man will need to do something quite dramatic in the second round, because the first one has gone quite effectively in favor of Mandengbam Jadumani.
Second round.
So chasing now to do for Omer Izaz.
Round 2.
It's also worth mentioning, he does come from a region of India in the northeast, Manipur, which has also been famous, producing some champion boxers both in the men's and women's categories. Been historic pretty much through the 80s and 90s in particular. A couple of great combination punches landed by Singh. None bigger, of course, in recent years than MC Mary Kom, but also worth it to mention somebody like a Sarita Devi, who's been so good. Multiple world championship medals for her as well. Been very good controlled boxing right through from Jadumani, both in his quarterfinal win and thus far in this match against Omer. And in case he does make it to the final, it will make for a fascinating contest. Saw the Uzbek Asilbek Jalilov is quite unconventional in his own way. Jadumani, if he does get there, will be quite a challenge for him with his out-and-out aggressive approach. This is far from over. Izaz has to do something clever, something different. Or what Jadumani is doing very well is defending on occasions when Omer Izaz gets into more aggressive positions. And also pouncing on little openings that his opponent makes. Omer Izaz does well to evade a couple of quite vicious hooks and cuts which were attempted by Jadumani. But now he's boxed into a corner. Doesn't have many areas to escape. Eventually does. This is another round where Jadumani Singh has looked like the more dominant boxer of the two. As it comes to a close, it's Jadumani Singh who looks in control of this bout, looks in control of his overall fortunes at these World Boxing Cup finals. Loud cheers in the background probably have told you which way the second round has gone as well. Been quite special is how well he has quickly converted defense into offense, and right towards the end, all of those punches making an impression, no doubt, on Omer Izaz. All 5 judges with Mandengbam Jadumani of India. So 2-zip lead in terms of rounds for Jadumani Singh of India. Omer Izaz, his young opponent, has to do something quite remarkable to overturn this tide. Not impossible, but improbable, especially looking at the way all rounds thus far have panned out. Omer will learn a lot from this experience of coming up against a boxer who's full of energy, who's full of a lot of technical fineness as well. Not just all heart, it's also a lot of clever planning of how he wants to approach this. A shorter boxer, but a swifter and a faster boxer in many respects. It's also about the speed of the mind in such situations. Get into a corner, how do you get out of it? How do you weave out of punches? How do you defend? That was probably a little bit of an unnecessary tangle. Both given a bit of a talking to. Last minute, the Indian boxer using all that guile, teasing Omer, asking him to take the fight to him with just about a minute left. Now into the corner, but we've seen that Jadumani defends very well. Into the last 30 seconds. Jadumani Singh in control in this bout all the way through, now beginning to enjoy it, soaking in the applause, teasing and tormenting his younger Australian opponent. What a steep learning curve as well for Omer Izaz. Had a terrific victory in the previous round against Slominski, the established boxer from Poland. But he has been outclassed in this particular semi-final. Jadumani Singh of India should have a unanimous verdict at the end of this. Couple of great shots. And then also good defensive work. The way that he evaded those punches, ducked and weaved out of position. And also used his guard to good effect. And right towards the end, just landed a couple of good blows as well.
The winner on point by unanimous decision. In the blue corner, representing India,
Mandengbam, Jadumani Singh through to the finals for a matchup against Asilbek, Jalilov of Uzbekistan. That's going to be one of the highlight finals, no doubt, of these boxing World Cup finals here in Greater Noida. The way that both boxers have come through. This was a close one. Don't be fooled by the scores, but Omer Izaz just got out-thought by his opponent. And each and every round going quite overwhelmingly in favor of Jadumani in the end. 5-love with all three judges giving every single round to the Indian boxer in blue. Jadumani makes it through to the finals of the men's 50 kg.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Men's 55 kgs, it's Rui Yamaguchi of Japan who will be up against Samandar Olimov of Uzbekistan in this particular clash. Yamaguchi was able to obtain a bye straight through to the semi-finals, while Samandar Olimov
light male, 55 kg.
had to make his way through a quarter-final victory.
Japan, Yamaguchi Rui.
Rui Yamaguchi, silver in the World Cup Stage 2 in Astana in Kazakhstan. Lost out to Mahmoud Sabir Khan of Kazakhstan. And here is up against another Central Asian boxer in
Olimov.
Samandar Olimov, the man from Tashkent. A victor against Jin Jae-yong. Jin Jae-yong, beg your pardon, of South Korea in the quarterfinals. Very technically proficient, and that's what you would expect from somebody from that part of the world.
Judge 1, Mongolia. Judge 2, Uganda. Judge 3, Guatemala. Judge 4, Croatia.
You already had
France.
one boxer from Japan in the men's section losing out in a close fight in the end to Asilbek Jalilov. That was Soushi Makino. Not long after, there's another bout involving a Japanese boxer. It's Rui Yamaguchi this time around, the top seed in this part of the draw. So we are moving, step up in terms of weight. We are continuing with the men. Another semi-final coming up after this, which will feature India's Pawan Barthwal. And then we'll have the men's 85 kgs semi-finals. 2 bouts to finish off this afternoon session at the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. Olimov is somebody who's known for his defensive prowess. Yamaguchi quite happy to stay as far away from Olimov's range as possible, and it's an interesting inversion. Perhaps he too realizes that Olimov is known for his defensive strength, wants him to open up a bit more. Speed of both men lightning fast. Probably going to be a case of whoever can be a bit more swift around the ring. Like both men favoring a stance where they're leading with their left foot, so not so much of a dependence on that left. Quick word of caution for Yamaguchi for going into the back of the head. A difficult one to call, but I would think that Yamaguchi has probably been a bit more active in terms of those punches. This is turning out to be exactly as close as we anticipated this bout between the Japanese and the Uzbek boxer to be. Right, who's got the numbers to back up? Japan's Rui Yamaguchi. The one with slightly bigger credentials in terms of what he's been doing. Not one that can be taken lightly. His opponent as well, Samandar Olimov. Yamaguchi just looked like he was a little better, and that's been reflected in how the judges have seen this as well. All five going in favor of the Japanese boxer. Some work now to do for Olimov.
Second round. Round 2.
Of course, overturning such starts has been a common theme of day 4 of the World Boxing Cup Finals. Doesn't really matter too much. It's all about how you finish in this sport. Something that Samandar Olimov will be hoping to emulate in this match as well. Certainly looking to be more proactive to start the second round. Yamaguchi forced to defend a lot more. Some good ferocity in those punches by Olimov. Rui Yamaguchi defending stoutly as much as he can, but I don't think he's landed as many decisive punches of his own. Now probably a question of whether judges deem that he's been defending effectively enough. Certainly a lot more positive and a lot brighter from Olimov's prospects. And the big question that can he sustain this kind of aggressive momentum into the third round? Of course, a lot will depend on how this one is scored. That could determine his strategy as well going into the final 3 minutes, which will follow soon after. Final 10 seconds. And did look in that round that it was Olimov who made a few more positive moves. Definitely attacked a lot more than he did in the first round. Rui Yamaguchi forced into defending on a few occasions. And much like what has been the theme of Day 4 of World Boxing Cup Finals, it's been brought back to a dead heat. The second round going in the way of Samandar Olimov, with all 5 judges deeming it to be a 10-9 for him. So it's 19 from every judge for both Yamaguchi and Olimov, all to play for in the third and final round. That's not a pleasant place to get stuck in. Samandar Olimov, this has been a good fight back from him. After losing out on the opening round, definitely come out all guns blazing. A change in tack, a lot more aggressive, a lot quicker in his response. Tribute to his versatility, if he's been able to turn attack into his best form of defense. Now, how do both of these boxers approach these last 2 minutes or so? Some stage they have to start making the calculations. Have they done enough? Do they need to fall back a little bit? Do they need to defend more? Yamaguchi lands a solid left, but it's a good response from Olimov. Fabulous exhibition from both. There's not been too much of a thought about defending, not been too much of a thought about trying to slow the clock down. Been attacking boxing, and a lot more of it second round onwards from Olimov, which might tilt this contest in his favor. Will be a massive result for him, having already obtained a great result in the opening round where he beat Shin Jae-young from Korea. Of course, each of these semi-finals, the player who loses also gets assured of a bronze. Barring a couple of categories, which I recall, where there are 3 contestants, there will be 2 bronze medals for both of the losing semi-finalists. Some cases, of course, of women's categories, where the top seed has gone straight through to the final, so only the losing semi-finalist from the other semi-final will get the solitary bronze. Olimov has been a lot more proactive. Has it been enough? Yet another contest which has gone down to the final round with everything to play for. The smile from both of them, it's a good friendly gesture too, but Olimov believes he's done enough. Terrific contest though. Yamaguchi, the one who landed the more decisive punches to begin with, but Olimov grew into the contest and certainly did his fair share of battering the opponent as the match wore on. And the speed, the relentless pace at which this bout was fought was constant from the first minute to the last, which is a massive credit to both the technique as well as tenacity of both competitors.
In the blue corner, representing Uzbekistan,
It is Samandar Olimov
Olimov Samandar.
and wins it unanimously, which means that he's won over all the judges in that third round. So 5-love in the second round, 5-love in the third as well, overturning a love 5 which he faced after the first 3 minutes of this particular bout. Superb attacking finesse shown by both, and Olimov showing that when you have the right intent, then you can move mountains, or certainly you can move the scorecard in your favor, as he did in this particular semi-final. So Samandar Olimov of Uzbekistan through to the finals of the men's 55 kg category. We'll know the identity of his opponent soon after this.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Second semi-final of the men's 55 kgs. Ellis Trowbridge of England up against Pawan Barthwal of India in the blue corner.
Bout number 59, elite male, 55 kg. In the red corner, representing England, Trowbridge, Ellis.
Ellis Trowbridge. He was so good against Yelmir Nabiev of Ukraine in the previous round. Showed a lot of good nows inside the ring. Comes from Dagenham, Essex. And a product of the Hoddesdon Boxing Academy. I hope I got that name absolutely right.
Representing India, Pawan Barthwal.
But this won't be easy against this army man. He was so impressive in his own victory. Took down Nursultan Altinbek, one of the best in this category. The man from Kazakhstan in the quarterfinals. And he looks absolutely primed for action. And will take a lot of confidence, I'm sure, from the kind of dominating performance that we witnessed just a while ago from his compatriot Jadumani Singh.
From Mexico, Jaismine from Uganda.
When Jadumani Singh went on to win that bronze, the 50 kg category in the stage 1. It was Ellis Trowbridge whom he defeated in the quarterfinal. So he's made the move up from 50 to 55. And often that can come at the expense of some power because you are looking to bulk up. It's always a fascinating thing seeing a lot of these combat sports and athletes who change weight categories. Sometimes it's necessitated, sometimes it's something that they look to do tactically. But here we go. Pawan Barthwal of India in blue up against Ellis Trowbridge of England. Trowbridge with a slight height advantage, slight reach as well in his favor. What Pawan did very well against Nursultan Altinbek. was just the explosive speed with which he began the bout. The more fancied boxer by surprise. Probably be something similar here. More of a attack-first approach. Got to watch out for Trowbridge and his left, setting himself up to get that left moving as often as possible. But that does leave his right side a little bit open to attack. Probably something that Barthwal will try and exploit as often as he can in this bout. Close one thus far. Will be split at the moment between the judges. Can either of these boxers utilize these last 40 seconds and something a bit more decisive on their opponents' regions? Going at a frenetic pace, but not too much in terms of those impactful punches you're always looking out for, especially if you want to establish a supremacy. Second semi-final, the winner set to meet Samandar Olimov of Uzbekistan. Ellis Trowbridge of England up against Pawan Barthwal. Slight silence around the arena, which is probably a fair indication. You might know that these boxers currently is in the lead, but I can promise you, just as it looked visually, a lot closer than one would think. Ellis Trowbridge currently leading by 3-2. Only Uganda and Egypt going in favor of Pawan Barthwal, and that's what he'll be hoping to bank on and to convert some of the other judges his way as well. He's tried to be positive, he's tried to be proactive, but Ellis Trowbridge has used that height to good effect so far in this match. Some cheers around. Home crowd looking to get behind Pawan Barthwal. They know that their man is trailing, albeit by a slim margin. Landed a couple of decent punches, but this is the tricky part of meeting somebody who's taller in size. What Trowbridge has done very well is use that left as a method of defense rather than attacking with it. It's almost as if Pawan thinks that he's got an opportunity on the right, but then Trowbridge ducks and weaves out of the way and keeps his left up, always as a method of defense. Every now and then looking to put in a jab or a quick punch. Also weighting it up, going for the midriff of Pawan Barthwal. It's something that the Indian boxer actually needs to think about. Mixing up the range of his punches, not just going for the head. Trowbridge is putting up a spirited defense here. Sure, his family, his friends watching back in Dagenham in Essex. not something to be discounted easily. To come up against the home side, come up against a home boxer, to quieten this crowd, to get the result in your favor if possible. Certainly looking to move up the gears, but Trowbridge is putting up a good defensive performance in this match too. But it's been a lot closer this round. It was a slender margin by which Trowbridge was ahead. It's Pawan who's claiming the honors, but we'll have to wait and watch. Might just have been an acknowledgement to the crowd. Ellis Trowbridge using that height well, but Pawan Barthwal a lot more frenetic with some of his activity, especially in the latter stages of this round. Getting some punches in, hitting the midsection on a more frequent basis, defending well. And Pawan Barthwal has actually reversed the trend in this match, because now all 5 judges have gone in that second round with him. So he has a 2-0 lead with 2 of those judges, one's from Egypt as well as Uganda, currently in his favor. It's that consistency which he has to repeat in this third round. It's still a close contest. It's still only 2 judges to love. So a 3-2 result here, depending on what happens, could still settle it in favor of Trowbridge, depending on which judges get impressed by him. But for both men, the situation where they want to go for broke, leave nothing to chance. This is your opportunity to go through to the final, where Samandar Olimov of Uzbekistan awaits. Army man from Uttarakhand, Pawan Barthwal, has made a good comeback into this match already from the first round. Made for a fabulous atmosphere, the fact that Barthwal has come back into this contest. The fans who were a little quiet after the first round have found their voice again. That's yet another invisible opponent that Trowbridge must fight against. Couple of good punches thrown in by Barthwal. This is a good continuation of the positivity he showed in that second round. Not stopping for a count there, just a little quick check. This is a good contest. It's a contest and a half between Trowbridge of England and Barthwal of India. Lands with the right. Fast hands, quick feet. Pawan leaving nothing to chance in this match. Numerically so close between the two. That's something that both men have acknowledged and really given it their all in these last 3 minutes. coming down to the last few seconds. Pawan Bartwal did win the second round, but has he clinched it in the third? He's probably going to celebrate at the end of this, but it's also a celebration of a fine contest with both men have enjoyed to the most. They both believe that they've got the job done, and that is not an uncommon feature, but there's good camaraderie between the two competitors here. England's Ellis Trowbridge throwing a few good punches of his own, but Pawan Bartwal, the transformation in him second round onwards was quite noticeable. Lost his footing on a couple of occasions, but really gave it his all. Whatever happens, these two men will be proud of everything that they've left out there on the canvas this evening at Greater Noida. However, unfortunately, there can only be one winner. We'll find out soon.
On point by unanimous decision. In the blue corner, representing
It's a fabulous match. It's unanimous in the end. All the 5 judges going in the third round with Pawan Bartwal, and one of them with a decisive 10-8 margin. Fabulous pictures and a great match between two able adversaries. Ellis Trowbridge threw everything he had at his opponent, but Pawan Bartwal made a significant comeback, especially in that second round. Punching frenzy, lots of speed, lots of finesse around the ring, and that's what helped him eventually win this by a unanimous verdict. So through to a final against Samandar Olimov of Uzbekistan.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
And now we move on to the men's 85 kg category. We have India's Jugnu Ahlawat, and he's going to take on Yasurbek Yuldoshev of Uzbekistan, who beat Lachlan Lawson of Australia in his previous round. Jugnu, of course, got a bye through to this stage.
in the red corner, representing India, Jugnu.
Jugnu Ahlawat, of course, winning a silver in the second stage in Astana earlier this year. It was played in Kazakhstan between the 30th of June and the 7th of July. Lost out in the final to Begzat Nurdaulatov of Kazakhstan.
Yuldoshev Jasurbek.
And this is his opponent. He's been a 3-time national champion in Uzbekistan, and that should tell you a lot because it is a powerhouse, especially in Asian and world boxing. Uzbekistan, the heavier categories are something which a lot of the Central Asian nations particularly pride themselves on, and it's something where India is beginning to improve a lot in recent years.
Just 2 from Egypt, just 3 from Croatia.
Alexander Vucicevic is the referee for this. And we've also got officials from Mongolia, Egypt, Croatia, Australia among the judges. Truly a global event. Not just among the competitors, but also among the officials. A lot of them staying at the same hotel, the official hotel, mingling, having their meals together, finding out a lot about their respective cultures. Noticed a few of them this morning at breakfast using apps to translate what they wanted to say. You had a Spanish speaker, couple of Spanish speakers against a French-speaking gentleman. They were just communicating through their phones as often as possible. No such problems for the men out in the middle. It's just the language of punches. Jugnu Elawat, another one from that massive stable of Indian boxing in Haryana, will be looking to make an impression. This is a heavier field, but in spite of that, there's some good pace about the movements from both Sarsembek and Jugnu early on. Yildirim was quite dominant in his victory against Lachlan Lawson of Australia. That was in the evening session a couple of days ago. Now approaching the home stretch, all the finals to be played tomorrow. One of these men will be gunning for gold, the men's 85 category. Some decent punches landed late in that little exchange by Jugnu. Top angle always just gives such a great idea about the importance of footwork in this sport, the importance of balance and stance, how you set yourself up, whether attacking or defending. Jugnu doing a lot more attacking in the latter stages of this first round. Definitely something that the judges will keep an eye out on. Sarsembek, Yildirim forced into defending for major parts of this round. It's a good positive start by the home boy. I'll touch upon briefly, it's a daunting prospect for visiting boxers to come into the home nation of an opponent, but it must be similarly pressurizing for those playing at home. So much riding on it. We've seen it overwhelm a couple of the Indian athletes already. Of course, it is a sport. Of course, you will have your bad days, but sometimes it gets magnified when it happens in front of your home crowd. But Jugnu thus far looking like the boxer in control of this match after the first round. Our first look at these World Boxing Cup finals at Jugnu Elawat, and he came out all guns blazing. Up against a very canny boxer in Yildirim, Sarsembek. The Uzbek using defense as a good mechanism. Did get a lot of blows punched right at his face, but was able to avert a lot of those, and which is why he has a 5-zip lead after the first round in this men's 85 kg category. The heavier they go, sometimes it's more difficult to overturn those scores, because the player who's got the advantage has the option then of shutting shop completely. That's when you need something of a mini miracle, maybe a knockout punch. Seen one knockout in the women's 70 kg category in the semi-finals. Arundhati Chaudhary against Leonie Muller of Germany. Jugnu has started with a fierce offensive, but quickly big boxer is able to convert that into defense, just getting himself away. Remember, not so long ago, when India hosted the Commonwealth Games, which they are set to do once again in 2010. Part of the wrestling broadcast team, and one of our colleagues was a former rugby international. And when he met one of the wrestlers, wrestler immediately identified that the gentleman alongside me was an athlete because of his what he called cauliflower ears. A common thing among boxers as well as wrestlers. You'll notice some of the ears get battered, and which is why they begin resembling cauliflowers. Especially in boxing, that is the most unprotected part. If you do get punched on the side of the head, takes a lot of battering. But here, a lot of ring craft being shown by Jaismine. The Uzbek boxer is slowing things down from time to time because Jugnu has come out with an aggressive intent. So it suits Jaismine Yuldoshev to spend as much time slowing the momentum of this entire second round as much as possible. Pushed into the corner, but somehow emerges unscathed. Trying to be as positive as he can, Jugnu. But Jaismine has a bit of a wry grin on his face, enjoying this contest just as much as his opponent. Some decent blows landed by the man in red, but he has to have enough of an impact to turn this over. But we've seen a few turnovers in terms of scores already on the second semi-finals day. It's been a lot more parity between the boxers than we saw perhaps on day one of the last four. Swinging strong, closing in towards the last 10 seconds or so. Good thing from Jugnu's perspective, whether he wins this round or not, is that he's showing a lot more energy than his opponent. Scores will be subjective. The scores could still be against him. He's definitely showing great intent. And that just sets it up for what should be a great finish. But the hush around the arena should give you an indication about what's happened in terms of how the judges perceived that second round. Good intent from Jugnu, but good defense from Yuldoshev Jaismine. Means the Uzbek is still in control. 5-0 for this round as well.
Second round. Third and final round.
The home crowd was a bit disappointed when Neeraj Phogat lost her semi-final to Chen of Chinese Taipei. That's been the only upset for a home favourite thus far among the fifth weight category now that we are seeing. 2 for the women and then 3 for the men. Can Jugnu buck that trend and avoid joining Neeraj as one of those who will have to settle for a bronze medal at these World Cup finals in Greater Noida in India? Good thing about Jaismine, he's not just been absolutely happy to stay on the back foot. From time to time, he does launch himself into a couple of combinations. Tries to bring that pressure back to bear on his Indian opponent. Not sure that's permitted. Accidental. Nearly. A choke hold from behind. Thing with these big athletes, the slightest bit of contact can look a little more menacing, but you remember that not only is the person at the receiving end a big person, but also the other one. It all cancels out in the end. Into the last few seconds. Jugnu needs something big. Needs a knockout, ideally.
Red and blue, listen to me, okay?
Given it everything he's got, but it's been some canny work from his opponent, Yuldoshev. Still looking full of spunk, still looking full of energy. Still got his dancing shoes on. Been a good tactical battle between the two men. Into the last 10. Little air of resignation around the arena. And it's Yuldoshev Jasurbek who's smiling at the end of it. Arms aloft. Uzbekistan, another powerhouse in world boxing. And they should have another place in the finals of the World Boxing Cup finals here in 2025. The heavier the weight category, the more you begin to fancy the Central Asians. That certainly come true today with Yuldoshev and his performance against Jugnu Elawat of India.
The winner on point by unanimous decision. In the blue corner, representing Uzbekistan, Yuldoshev Jasurbek.
Yes, it is Jasurbek Yuldoshev who makes his way through to the final. Two excellent victories that he's pulled off in successive rounds. Lachlan Lawson of Australia, and now a unanimous verdict against the home favourite Jugnu Elawat, who was hoping to repeat the kind of performances which had landed him a silver at the stage 2 in Kazakhstan. However, there was some good tactical finesse shown by the man in blue, the Uzbek boxer, seeing this through with 3 unanimous verdicts across each round, and he now awaits the winner of the next match, the second semi-final in the men's 85 kg category.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Second semi-final of the men's 85 kg. It's Sultanbek Aybar Ali of Kazakhstan, and he'll be up against Kim Dae-hoon of South Korea.
Representing Kazakhstan, Aybaruli Sultanbek.
The man from Taraz in Kazakhstan used to compete earlier in the 80 kg category. In fact, he did win silver at the Asian Youth Championships in 2022, which were played in Amman, Jordan, in that weight category. Now he's moved up to 85, and he's hoping to make an impression.
Representing Republic of Korea, Kim Dae-hoon.
Kim Dae-hoon, his opponent, and will be hoping for a slightly better outcome than some of the Korean boxers that we've seen at these World Boxing Cup finals. Not been a happy hunting ground thus far for the Republic of Korea.
Stanislav, Judge 1 from Uganda, Judge 2 from Mongolia, Judge 3 from Canada, Judge 4 from Mexico, Judge
Referee
5
from Czechia, Stanislav Nechvatal. Be an interesting battle. There's definitely a lot more in terms of what Sultanbek Hyder Ali has been doing. Should we mention that Kazakhstan actually have been the powerhouses in this weight category? Both gold medals in the first two stages of the World Cup going to Kazakh boxers were not here. It was Daulat Tulemisov in Brazil. There was Begzat Nurdoletov who beat Jugnu Alavat in the final at Astana in Kazakhstan.
Round one.
For whom the bell tolls? Let's find out. Again, not much to choose. Probably a slight height advantage for Sultanbek. Kg start, as you would expect in bout in this kind of category. We saw a lot more positivity between Jugnu and his opponent Jasurbek Yuldoshev. Here the Kazakh boxer and the Korean boxer staying at an arm's length from each other. Neither looking too much to commit in these early exchanges. It's probably a wait and watch policy. See out the first round, then figure out their strategy. The one towards the back won't count, in all likelihood, also losing his footing there, Kim Dae-un. Standing count for Kim Dae-un. Some of those punches from Sultanbek definitely landing, and probably will give him a little bit of an edge in terms of how the judges have seen first 3 minutes unfold. Ends with some frenetic activity from Sultanbek, and he has probably been the superior boxer in this contest. The one with the better credentials. Kazakhstan known for their prowess in these heavier weight categories. The highlight of that first round, of course, was the fact that there was a standing count given against Kim Dae-un. Sign that while he was trying to be the aggressor early on, it was the man from Kazakhstan who took the honors in that opening round. All 5 judges in his favor at the moment. Winner going on to meet Uzbek, Jasurbek, Yuldoshev. Disappointed some of the fans. Shahid Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex by defeating the home boxer in Jugnu Alavat. Of course, an entire session yet to come, the evening. Where we're going to see some fairly big names. We're going to see Nikhat Zareen of India. We'll also see Sachin Sivach, Hitesh Gulia, and Sumit Kundu in a 75 men's category. At the moment, we are in the 85 kgs. How does Sultanbek approach the second round? He knows he's got the advantage. Knows that Kim Dae-hoon will try and go for it. Good to see is he has not abandoned his offensive approach at all, occupying the center of the ring for most times. No doubt that Kim Dae-hoon will now try and up the ante a bit. He's the one chasing this. Couple of solid blows from Sultanbek. Even as he defends, Dae-hoon looks to move in for the knockout blow. Second round where Kim Dae-hoon needed to make the move up. He does finish with a decent punch. But is that good enough to sway the judges? Sultanbek marrying defense with some crisp blows of his own. That's why he's expected to have consolidated his advantage, having led the first round. That left of his in particular has been quite lethal. Jabs, punches, uppercuts, and it is Sultanbek Aibar Ali who holds the advantage going into the third round, winning the second one decisively as well. So 10-9 from all 5 judges across both rounds for the man in the red corner. What can Kim Dae-hoon do here? Couple of dramatic turnarounds, but usually it has necessitated the boxer who has been trailing at the first round to at least share a claim of the honors in the second. That's not happened here, so it's pretty much Sultanbek who's in cruise control. He's still looking fresh. That's the bad news from Kim Dae-hoon's perspective. Good ring craft. Tall, lanky Sultanbek Aibar Ali. Emphasizing why Kazakhstan is such a powerhouse in the sport. Very well funded as well in most combat sports. Plenty of emphasis on sports science as well in that nation. Of course, nothing to speak of in terms of how Korea takes their sport seriously too. And particularly for combat sports, I'm sure it helps the men. The mandatory time that they spend with the army as well. Sport general and combat sports in particular are such an integral part of every armed forces and their training. At the moment, Kim Dae-hoon needs something pretty special out of his locker with time running out against Sultanbek Aybar Ali from Kazakhstan, who has put on a bit of a tactical masterclass, using his height to good advantage. Been the speedier of the two, and he's landed some ferocious lefts against his opponent. Last bout of this afternoon session. 8 more matches to follow in the evening. With continued Indian participation, we'll hope for majority of you to stay tuned in to watch. Those around the world as well. Best in the world converging over this week at Greater Noida for the World Boxing Cup Finals. Third and final round of this men's 85 kg semi-final. The winner goes through against Jaismine Yuldoshev of Uzbekistan. At the moment, it looks like it will be an all Central Asian clash. Just getting bumped on the nose, possibly, Kim Dae-hoon. Also necessitates a standing count. Pretty much over, and it is the Kazakh boxer who has looked the more supreme and more confident of the two in terms of how this entire match panned out. And it continued all through this. First 2 rounds won decisively, and even in the third, some great blows onto the face of Kim Dae-hoon in blue. Decent defense, showed his flexibility on a few occasions. And when the chance for offensives were obtained, he was quite quick to pounce on them.
The winner on point by unanimous decision. In the red corner, representing Kazakhstan, Aybaruli Sultanbek.
Quite comprehensive in the end. Sultanbek Aybar Ali clinches this 5-love in his favor. All the judges going with him, even in the third round. In fact, one of them scoring it as a 10-8 for him. Came out with the slightly more colourful CV as against his opponent. Comes from a celebrated nation as well. And we'll have Uzbekistan against Kazakhstan in the finals of the men's 85 kgs. The first victory going to Jaismine Yuldoshev of Uzbekistan, and now Kazakhstan's Sultanbek Aybar Ali joining him with his victory over Kim Dae-hoon of Korea Republic. Quite dominant in the end, but this is a quick wind-up of all that happened. Shih with the victory, Jasmine Lamboria joining her in the finals. After that, we saw Dionne Burman and Neeraj Phogat losing out a close one to Chen, Nien, followed by Jalilov Asilbek winning against Soushi, Makino. And in the next bout, which was also in the men's category, it was Mandengbam Jadumani Singh of India with a fine victory, 5-love. Samandar Olimov also winning, and Pawan Barthwal also overwhelming Ellis Trowbridge. Some disappointment for the home supporters, with Jugnu losing out to Yuldoshev, and rounded off by that dominant performance that you just saw from Sultanbek against Kim Dae-hoon. So that is the end of the afternoon session on the penultimate day of the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. We'll have the second session at just about 6 p.m. We'll join the broadcast 5 minutes before that. Make sure that you join us for that. And for now, it's goodbye from Greater Noida. counts. Every second matters. This is the semi-final stage, where champions are forged and dreams are shattered. The ones who rise tonight qualify for the grand finale. Watch another session of grit, glory and destiny in the rings. Yes, it's the evening session, the penultimate day of the World Boxing Cup Finals at Greater Noida. The Shahid Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex is the venue. And we are looking at 8 bouts to determine the fate of all of these boxers. The women's 51 kg category, Zansaya and Rahim Bardi against Guo Yishuan. And then the home favourite, Nikhat Zareen, will be in action for the first time in this event. Will Hewitt against Saitbekulu Munarbek, who had an impressive victory in the quarterfinals. Sachin Sivach in action for India in the men's 60 kg category. Then we move on to the men's 70 kg, where Hitesh Gulia will be going up against Muhammad Azizbek Ismailov, and then Yuri Zakhariev and Mursal Nurbek, both of whom had great victories in their respective quarterfinals, followed by Pavlo Ilyusha of Ukraine against Javohir Abdurrahimov, and finishing with Sumit from India, Sumit Kundu in the men's 75 kg. At the heart of all of this is also the efforts of Boxing Federation India, including their Secretary General, Pramod Kumar. Let's hear from him.
हमारा ये 5वां जो है इंडिया को मिला है, और इंडिया में भी गौतम बुद्ध नगर को मिला है, और मैं उत्तर प्रदेश को मिला है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि मैं खुद उत्तर प्रदेश का सेक्रेटरी था, अभी जनरल सेक्रेटरी ऑल इंडिया का हूँ। तो यहाँ पे हो रहा, तो इससे प्राउड की बात मेरे लिए, उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए, भारत के लिए कोई हो नहीं सकती। गौतम बुद्ध नगर में लास्ट 2 इयर्स में जो है करीब 9 नेशनल्स कंटिन्यू कराए हैं, जिसमें सारे कंपटीशन हमने किए हैं। बॉक्सरों को अगर कंपटीशन मिलते रहेंगे, जितने ज़्यादा कंपटीशन मिलते रहेंगे, उतनी उनकी हाई परफॉर्मेंस चलेगी। बॉक्सिंग फेडरेशन बहुत ही अग्रेसिव है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इवेंट करने के लिए, इंटरनेशनल इवेंट करने के लिए भी, और हम कोशिश होगी कि हमारा कॉमनवेल्थ बॉक्सिंग जो है अहमदाबाद में ऑर्गेनाइज करें।
Yes, a happy hunting ground for the Indian boxers. This will be the first bout. Zanchaya Rakimberdi of Kazakhstan will be up against Guo Yishuan of Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
Yes, getting ready for this match.
Representing
Zansaya Rahim Bardi.
Zansaya.
The boxer from Shimkent in Kazakhstan, getting a bye through to the stage, but that was more for the federation, because Kazakhstan have had a lot of success in this particular weight category. The women's 51 gold in the first stage for the women. That was won in Brazil by Zojira Urakbaeva, and then also winning a silver in the second stage. Guo Yishuan had a good victory against Yaroslava Marinchuk of Ukraine in the quarterfinals, showed some good ring craft. She's also a World Championship quarterfinalist this year and has a score to settle because she lost to a Kazakh boxer, and she's up against the same country in this, the first semi-final of this evening session on the penultimate day of competition here at the World Boxing Cup Finals. Yet another all-Asian clash.
Judge number 1 from Australia, judge number 2 from Croatia,
Bulgarian
judge number 3
referee in the ring.
from World Boxing, judge number 4 from Egypt,
Mongolia,
judge number
Egypt,
5
Croatia
from
as well as
Mongolia.
Australia represented among the judges. could be good. Already seen in the afternoon session a big victory for a Taipei boxer. That came when Chen was able to just about eke out a victory against Neeraj Phogat of India. One of only 2 defeats for Indians in semi-finals today. Almost ready to rumble. The first of 8 bouts in this evening session. All the finals to be contested tomorrow, right here in Greater Noida.
Round 1.
Zhanshaya in red. And it's Guo Yishuan of Chinese Taipei in the blue. Zareen in the same category and will be coming up in the next match where she takes on Gulsever of Uzbekistan. Zhanshaya came up against Nikhat Zareen in the Elorda Cup in 2024. And lost out to her in that particular match. Has also competed at the Youth World Championships for Kazakhstan 2017. Not much to separate the two, but Guo Yishuan showing a little better in terms of her counter attacks. Again, decent physical parity between the two. Similar height, similar build. Couple of decent combinations landed by Zhanshaya. Tricky one to call, but it does look like the boxer in red has been the aggressor. Doesn't necessarily always tantamount to winning the round, because it's so much more about defense as well, effective defensive maneuvers. Certainly pushing her opponent onto the corners of the ring on a few more occasions. Zhanshaya Rahim Berdi. I think you will find the Kazakh boxer will be the one slightly happier of the two, landing a few good blows to finish off this first round as well. And it will be quite interesting to see how this is scored by the judges, because she certainly looked like she was the dominant player. But Guo Yishuan is a smart cookie as well. She's from Chinese Taipei. All of their boxers tend to have a little bit of finesse, a little bit of tactical nous, which comes to the fore. Guo Yishuan defended well, and although it was Rahim Berdi who finished better, seemed to finish better at least, landing a plethora of punches right towards the end. It's Guo Yishuan who has currently a little bit of parity or a little bit of an advantage. 3 of the judges giving this to her, 2 of them with Rahim Berdi. So it's 3-2, not much in it. We have seen this kind of deficit easily overcome already on semi-finals day today. Round 2.
Round 2.
Good furious start by Rahim Berdi in red. Gu Yishuan forced to do a lot of defending thus far in this match, but as the scores reflected, she's been quite effective at it, and her counter punches have been quite good. Got a good reach with especially that right of hers, which is why she seems to favor planting herself with that left as the front. Oops, a little bit of a lift, not quite required. First of 2 bouts in the women's category to set off this evening's session. After that, 6 bouts among the men. We've got the men's 60 kgs, then we've got the men's 70, followed by the men's 75. Among in boxers, rather, we have Sumit Kundu, we've got Hitesh Gulia, and we've also got Sachin Sewach in addition to Nikhat Zareen, who comes up in the next bout. For the moment, this is an intriguing battle of wits between Zanshaya Rahim Berdi and Gu Yishuan. Gu Yishuan, realizing that she cannot afford to be overtly defensive, is moving in from time to time, landing a few good blows. Currently the slender margin of 3-2 in her favor after the first round. No doubt realizes that the job is far, far from over. Some good punches landed. It is Rahim Berdi who's looking to go on the offensive, but Gu Yishuan is doing well not only to avert those, but also to land some punches of her own. Yet again, a tight one to call. Whoops. Not the first time. Last time I think it was the Taipei boxer who gave the other one a lift. Roles reversed on this occasion. But yet another close round. Is it Gu Yishuan who still continues to hold the advantage? We'll find out shortly. Some decent punches landed from both boxers, but Gu Yishuan showed a better mixture of attack and defense. And what that has meant is that he continues to hold a slender advantage. It was 3-2 after the first round. And it's now switched to 3-1 because she's won this particular round 4-1. So the fourth judge, the one from Egypt, has both of them at 19. And the Australian judge has the Kazakh boxer ahead. Everybody else is with the Chinese Taipei boxer at the moment. Still pretty close. If Kazakhstan's Rahim Berdi can win this round, then it can still go in her favor, provided she's able to do substantially well with at least one of those judges who's with Gu Yishuan at the moment. It's hers to lose though, the Taipei boxer. That's why you'll expect a little bit more defense, a bit more compactness from her strategy in this third and final decisive round. This for a place, of course, in the women's 51 kgs. That's a fast and furious beginning from Zanchaya. The headgear just coming a little loose. So that hair net possibly just jutting out a bit. Needs fixed. Go Yishuan with the advantage, the numerical advantage in terms of numbers in this round, in this bout. This breather should help her as well, just get a little bit of inputs from her coaching staff. Pretty straightforward though, isn't it? Just try and avoid too many onslaughts from the opponent, and if you can, land a few decent shots of your own. The furious restart from Zanchaya. Top on screen, obviously, into the last minute, but all of those seconds lost because of the change in headgear will be taken into account. Possibly about a minute left now in this match. And as expected, it's Go Yishuan who's playing more of a possum role. Staying away from the punches of her opponent, being clever with those defenses, being swift with her movements, but mostly to use it as a tool of defense rather than attack. Time is of the essence, especially for Zanchaya. Rakhim Berdi got to try and fashion a combination where she can just have her opponent reeling. Getting close, gets a punch in. That's just about it. Go Yishuan. Better defensive approach in this third round. May end up losing out on points, but it'll probably not be enough to overturn everything that she's done across the first two rounds. Could be heading towards the last 10 seconds any moment now. Yeah, heading into that. Go Yishuan knows that she's almost there. She's home and dry, she's virtually there, and now she's definitely crossed the line. Celebratory fist pump with the coach, a raised hand as well, and good defensive work in this third round where there was a lot of positivity shown by Zanchaya Rakhim Berdi. A close fight. First round just about going to the boxer in blue. Then she mounted a more reasonable challenge in the second one and probably has done enough to win this with all the judges in her favor. An excellent contest to get things moving in this evening session on day 4 of the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida 2025 in India.
Result of bout number 62. The winner on points by split decision in the blue corner, representing Chinese Taipei.
So another Taipei boxer into the finals. Go Yishuan. She's packed a good punch. And she's definitely given us a good defensive masterclass. The Kazakh boxer was aggressive right through, but it was the Taipei boxer who kept her wits about herself, narrowly inched ahead with a 3-2 lead to begin with, then took the second one 4-1, and it was decisive in the third. 5-love in terms of all the points given by the judges. So in the end, it's a unanimous verdict in favor of the Taipei boxer, who now awaits the winner of the second semi-final in the women's 51 kg category.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
Now the big one in the women's category, 51 kg, semi-final. Home favourite Nikhat Zareen in blue, and she'll be up against Gulsever Ganieva of Uzbekistan, the former youth world champion in 48 kgs back in 2023 when she beat Bhavna Sharma of India. Awaiting the arrival of all the officials. They were
Bout number 63, elite female, 51 kgs weight category. In the red corner, representing
so another one who's made that move up in terms of weight categories.
Ganieva Gulsever.
Youth World Championship in 48, but now moving up to 51. And of course, again from Uzbekistan, another country which has had significant representation and a lot of success at these World Boxing Cup finals across both men and women already. Probably settle in, take a deep breath at the end of today and give you a decent enough number in terms of how many medals both teams have got. But here comes Nikhat Zareen. Watch out for the roar. Bonafide superstar, two-time world champion, 2022, 2023. Also won gold at the Commonwealth Games last time around. And she's also had bronze at the Asian Games.
Judge number 3 from Australia. Judge number 4
Fair to say that
from Mongolia.
MC Mary Kom
Judge
has
number
been the
5
biggest superstar
from
in
Bulgaria.
Indian boxing, particularly women's boxing. But Nikhat Zareen is somebody who has the potential to match that kind of legacy with a stellar career already in its nascent stages. This should be a good contest. Gulsever Ganieva will know that there's nothing to lose. Not expected to pull this off. That's sometimes the fun of individual contests like this. Know that you've got nothing to lose. You come out with a lot more freedom. You feel a little less tension in your limbs. You can just go out and have some fun inside the ring. Noisy atmosphere. Some university students from regions not far from where the sports complex is located have made their way through. A couple of Indian flags as well among the crowd. And hoping to see woman in blue emerge victorious.
Round 1.
Gulsever in red. Will try and be a little watchful early on. Nikhat Zareen, known for the weight of her punches. What wins you world championships, and she's done that twice already. Couple of rights making contact. Thus far, very much a case of both boxers just looking to suss out conditions, not overcommitting. Barrage of punches, but not sure those counted. Good is the great mobility among both boxers. Gulsever as well, trying to keep her opponent guessing, but Zareen just looking a little more in control in terms of her movements. Often so much a function of having a fair idea of the map that you want to create, not only for yourself but also for your opponent, getting them into positions from where you think you can launch the best attacks. Something similar in mind here for Nikhat Zareen. Two minutes down, Nikhat Zareen looking like the one in control in this bout. For Gulsever, this is a fascinating learning experience against thoroughbred professional in this field. Solid right, almost into the sternum. Will have rocked Gulsever. Not too many passages of play in this opening round, with both fighters really going at it from the first second right till the last. Finishes in a little bit of a clench, but then some friendly gestures between the two. Indian in control at the moment. Gulsever Ganyeva against Nikhat Zareen. The first of the evening bouts featuring an Indian, and Zareen was pretty much in control all the way through, defending at will, and when she came out attacking, she did land a few ferocious punches. And among the judges, there's near unanimity that it was Nikhat who was better of the two. The Canadian judge, in fact, going with Gulsever. Can Gulsever now come back into this? Very easy in a situation like this for a young boxer to get overawed up against an opponent who's had a more storied career. She's playing in front of her home audience, and she started so positively, Nikhat Zareen. It's a test of temperament as well for Gulsever. She seems to be enjoying herself to a great extent, trying to go toe-to-toe with one of the best in the world. Been an enjoyable watch. Gulsever very much one from the attacking school of Uzbek boxing. Likes to take the contest to the opponent, doesn't like to hang back too much. He's been occupying the center of the ring for much of this contest. Again, not quite a warranted part of the program, but does happen sometimes. No malice. Nikhat Zareen once again gets a decent sequence of punches going, and then the two of them take a bit of a tumble. All accidental, of course. The referee must intervene, must ask them to ease off a little bit. But it tells you about the intensity of this bout. It's been high right from the start. Egged on by her home crowd, Nehat Zareen has been as aggressive as one would expect her to be, but Gulsever has done her reputation no harm at all, the way that she's been fighting back every now and then. In fact, taking the attack to her opponent on most occasions. Minute ride, the second round. Not much to separate the two, but Nehat Zareen probably, with her experience, has been able to fashion a few passages where she's put together some constructive punches. The proper fight, this one. Uzbek boxer giving it her all, but Zareen looking like the one firmly in control in this match. Second round quite similar to the first as well. Ganieva trying to construct some passages of play where she could get some good punches in, but Zareen with good defense, some speedy movements around the ring, and also throwing down some decent punches, especially her left making a good impression from time to time. All 5 judges this time with her. So only the Canada judge has 19 for both of them. Apart from that, it's 20-18 in favor of India's Nehat Zareen against Gulsever Ganieva of Uzbekistan.
Third and final round.
One more round to see this off. If she wins, then Nehat Zareen sets up a final against Gu Yishuan of Taipei. Moving after this to the men's 60 kg semi-finals. The first one will feature Will Hewitt of England up against Tokyo medalist Onarbek Saidbekulu from Kyrgyzstan. This round also thus far, following the pattern that's been seen, it's a lot more positive from Gulsever in terms of looking to take the attack to her opponent. But some canny combinations from Zareen. Happy to retreat into the corners on most occasions, but then mixing it up with some good punches of her own. Bit of a warning to both of them for rather going at the back of the head from time to time. Need to avoid that. You of course realize as you go along and you play each round, it's always a question of leveling up. Not just about what you're doing in this round, but also what are the lessons that you can take through to the next one when you emerge victorious. And Zareen will have to tighten up her defensive game a little bit against Go Yishuan. Gulsever Ganieva has looked to be as aggressive as possible, but on most occasions Zareen has had fairly fitting reply for that. They've taken a few tumbles. Part of the hyper-aggressive style of both these boxers, which has cancelled each other out at times. Oh, there they go again. Crowd loves it, of course. Not sure the judge or the referee does as much. Ganieva continues punching, but the bell had rung, and those won't count. So it looks like it is Nikhat Zareen who has worked her way through to the final. But Gulsevar was a tricky opponent all the way through, and in particular in this third round where she really upped the ante in terms of her attacking intent. Had to go for broke, tried to do it, and did force a few questions to be asked of Nikhat Zareen, her more decorated opponent. But it could well be another final for the home nation, India, in the shape of their superstar in the women's 51 category, Nikhat Zareen.
Result of the bout number 63. The winner on points by unanimous decision in the blue corner, representing India, Nikhat Zareen.
It was a good controlled performance from Nikhat Zareen. Standing firm, standing tall at the end of it. Gulsevar Ganieva tried her best. Came up with an attacking start to this match, but Nikhat Zareen at most stages in this match had the control. Only that one judge in the first round giving it in favor of Ganieva. Apart from that, it was Zareen all the way. And Zareen makes it through to a final against Go Yishuan of Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
First of the men's semi-finals in the evening session, it's Will Hewitt of England. And up against Munarbek Saidbekulu of Kyrgyzstan. The Lancastrian Hewitt up against a man who's got Olympic medals, World Championship medals, and also fashioned a pretty good victory against Pavel Brak of Poland in the quarterfinals.
Weight category. In the red corner, representing England, Hewitt William.
Here's Hewitt from Lancashire, north of England, known for producing some hardy athletes. A history of industry in those areas, famous for their coal mines at one stage. And that's why a lot of the combat sports producing athletes do come from the north of England.
In the blue corner,
Standing
representing
firm in adversity.
Kazakhstan, Sarsembek Ulu Munarbek.
Munarbek Saidbekulu, bronze at the 2023 World Championships. And also silver medalist from the 2024 Paris Olympics, where he lost in the 57 kg category final. Very experienced boxer, 29 years of age, and showed that in his performance against Pavel Brak, the World Cup medalist in the quarterfinals.
Australia, Wade Stephen John, judge number 1 from Mexico, judge number 2 from Egypt, judge number 3 from Croatia, judge number 4 from Mongolia, judge number 5 from World Boxing.
One of those categories in the men's division, 60 kgs, which is just the right balance. It's relatively light, but it's also heavy enough to have some decent power in their punches. Comparable height for the two boxers, no great advantage to be taken there. But it will be the ring craft of Saidbekulu, which will probably be the decisive factor in this match.
Round 1.
Hewitt in red from England against Munarbek Saidbekulu of Kyrgyzstan. Munarbek showing his experience at the moment, keeping his opponent guessing. Hewitt wants to be the aggressor, but he's already been pushed to the periphery of the ring. Unless you're absolutely sure about what you want to do, that's a difficult position to get into. Munarbek occupying the center, dictating the pace. Knows what he wants to do with his opponent, knows what he expects from Hewitt. Those swift movements, the weaving and the bobbing, that I'm sure can be quite off-putting for the opponent. This weight category also has an Indian, Sachin Siwach, who will be in action in the next semi-final. All finals to be played tomorrow. Can't really call it passivity, but it's been very controlled from Munarbek. Not look like the more active of the two. Every now and then with his swift movements, his dodges and his feints, he makes it very difficult for Hewitt. Call it a lopsided encounter, but certainly in terms of the tactics, boxer in blue is playing this to a nicety against his opponent. That reach of his, that left, which to come out of the blue every now and then. And more often than not, he does connect with it. It's also a useful deterrent because it keeps Hewitt on his toes. Tactically superior, Munarbek, Seyit Bekulu from Kyrgyzstan. Up against the Englishman, Will Hewitt. Big test for him against a man with championships and medals at not just the Worlds, but also the Olympics, the pinnacle of the sport, and somebody who's really come in here with a point to prove. However, the judges at the moment have given this to Will Hewitt. It's 3-2 in his favor. The Mexican, the Egyptian, and one of the judges from World Boxing scored it in favor of the man from England.
Seconds out.
Tells you that everything is subjective. It did look like it was Seyit Bekulu who was dominating. He needs to be perhaps a bit more proactive in the second round.
Round 2.
An opportunity for the Englishman. Can bag a second round, then it'll make it quite difficult to really put the onus on Munarbek to take the fight to his opponent. Again, the value of experience. Munarbek just about trailing by one judge. He knows that he's not too far behind. He's not showing too much of urgency. A very controlled performance from him. Maybe the confidence, maybe the knowledge that he can come back even if he loses the second round. This is good work from Hewitt. Or no doubt would have boosted his confidence. He's looking a lot more proactive in the second round. A few connections with that left now of his. himself is defending himself quite well against that left from Munarbek. Protecting his right. Fast strategy. Another couple of good combinations. Now going for the midriff. Hewitt very much the challenger in this. He's taking the game to the contender. Towards the final stages of the second round, another one which will be a tough one to call for the judges. Been more or less even. Munarbek needing to chase the game, but Hewitt making a good fist of things. And as they part, this contest boils perfectly, simmers along nicely. Munarbek Saidbekulu, the experienced man from Kyrgyzstan, knew what he needed to do and showed a lot of that in the second round, a lot more proactive. Knocked on the nose a couple of times, but that left of his has been a constant threat to Will Hewitt. The second round goes the way of Munarbek. He's got 4 of the judges in his favor. It's still only 2-1. Because 2 of those judges, their scores have cancelled each other out. Egypt and World Boxing 1 on your screens there with 19. Mexico scoring it for Hewitt. And the 2 other judges, judges number 3 and 4 currently in favor of the man from Kyrgyzstan. So still everything to play for. It's a narrow 2-1 lead for the world and Olympic medalist from Kyrgyzstan. As we have seen in the semi-finals, as the standards have gotten higher, the gap between the boxers is lesser and lesser. Some close matches already on day 4 of the World Boxing Cup Finals here in Greater Noida. And this is another one which is adding itself to that list. Hewitt trying to be a bit more aggressive. He's got to watch out for the counter-offensives from Munarbek. The way that he's set himself up on his left foot. He's now looking to attack with his right more. That left jab, when it comes from Munarbek, it can be quite a deadly weapon. Contest to occupy the center of the ring, both men getting close to it. Not too much of activity along the sides. Bit of a friendly embrace there from Munarbek, possibly also a bit of mind games. Hewitt inching closer, but Munarbek's defense is solid at the moment. We're heading towards the final minute or so. This contest, probably Munarbek inching it at the moment. But Hewitt will show some urgency in this last 60 seconds. Definitely been a close fight. Hewitt claiming that first round in his favor. Munarbek coming right back into it with a solid second round performance. Now the third one thus far, I would suggest it is Munarbek who is in control. But all that matters is how those 5 judges score it. Whether Hewitt is able to do enough to overturn some of those verdicts against him. It was 2-1, remember, at the end of the 2 rounds. 2 judges on a tie and 1 in his favor, so he just needs to win 3 of those. If he does that, then he could well end up causing an upset here in the men's 60 kg semi-finals. It's a good fight, but looking at the way that Munarbek eventually thought to just distance himself from his opponent, he thinks that he's wrapped this up. There's a good friendly spirit between the two of them, going into each other's corner, meeting the other coaches as well. Third round, a lot more urgency from Will Hewitt, the Englishman, the Lancastrian. But Saitbekulu Munarbek showing a lot of his experience in also dictating the pace of play, slowing things down from time to time in that third round. Have the verdict shortly, but it could be a split verdict, but it'll probably go the way of the blue.
Results of the bout number 64. The winner on points by split decision. In the blue corner, representing Kyrgyzstan, Saitbek Munarbek.
It's a good match, good contest, but eventually it's the Olympic medalist who goes through, Saitbekulu Munarbek of Kyrgyzstan. But really was a close fight. In fact, even the last round was scored 3-2 in favor of Munarbek. Hewitt needed to be more proactive. Hewitt started well. The first round went to him by a 3-2 margin. The last one went 3-2 to his opponent. And the middle one was where Saitbekulu really clinched it for himself with a 4-1 verdict in his favor. So Munarbek goes through to the men's 60 kg category final, and we'll find out the identity of his opponent shortly.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Yet again, an Indian participation. Sachin Sivach will be in action against Dilshad Abdu Murodov of Uzbekistan in the second bout.
Presenting India, Sachin.
Sachin Sivach from that boxing hub of Bhiwani. Somebody who's trained at the Hawa Singh Academy. His coach was Sanjay Kumar, whose daughter Nupur Sharan is already through to the finals at these World Boxing Cup finals. Can Sachin join his coach's daughter in those final stages of this season-ending tournament?
In the blue corner, representing Uzbekistan, Abdul Murawwid Dilshad.
Dilshad comes from Golistan in Uzbekistan, and yet again a powerhouse in this sport. Irrespective of the weight category, but particularly in men's boxing, it's a strong presence. And you consider everything that Uzbekistan boxers have been able to achieve in this sport.
Judge number 1 from Chinese Taipei. Judge number 2
Egyptian
from
referee
Shih.
Mustafa Abbas.
Judge number 3
Taipei,
from
Czechia.
Boxing. Judge number 4
Croatia.
from Croatia.
Among
Judge
the countries
number 5
represented
from
among the
World
judges.
Boxing.
Sachin Sivach, a bronze medal at the Brazil leg of the World Cup earlier this year. Lost out to the home favorite Luis Oliveira in the semi-finals. Oliveira going on to win gold in that particular event, beating Pavel Brak of Poland, who we've seen in action in the quarterfinals of this particular competition this year. Pretty much everything to play for. A chance to make it to the final against Munarbek Saidbekulu of Kyrgyzstan. India versus Uzbekistan, yet another all-Asian clash at the World Boxing Cup finals here. Sachin trying to be as explosive and as positive as he can in the early exchanges. Dilshad is showing that he's got some wares of his own as well. Height advantage for the Uzbek, which may or may not translate into a better wingspan in terms of his reach. This is a good sequence from Sachin. Getting his opponent into a corner and getting some good lefts in particular going. Facial awareness, such an important thing in this sport. It's almost as if you need to not only keep your eyes on the opponent, but also look out from the corners of your eyes about where you're placed, what is the room for maneuverability. And these little pauses just help reboot yourself almost, both mentally as well as physically. Much like in other combat sports, each bout takes a lot out of you, both mentally, physically. Significant amount of weight lost in these bouts. An extended heavy-duty cardiovascular session. Immense mental reserves in addition to those flying gloves. Quick jaunty footwork as well. Sachin growing in confidence, egged on by the partisan crowd here in Greater Noida. Some pretty decent punches landed, but even Dilshad has had his moments in this first round. I would just hazard a guess that probably the judges will think that Sachin has done a bit more, or at least more of the judges might think so. It's an even contest, there's no doubt about it. Man from Golistan, looking good in blue. Sachin Sewach is a former youth world champion as well. And with that kind of pedigree, it comes with good big match temperament. And just having that ability to figure out what needs to be done in matches like this. Sachin in action for the very first time in this particular weight category. Dilshad Abdumuradov trying his best to make a fist of things. Especially that left from Sachin has been working over time. Defended well as well. The judges are pretty much in agreement. The 4-1 lead at the moment, the Taipei judge, the only one who has given it to Dilshad for the first round. But it's not a significant dent yet. Second round becomes all important. A 5-0 or even a 4-1 will bring Dilshad right back into this contest. Clever. Very clever strategy from Dilshad at the moment. Occupying the center, defending well. Every now and then just reaching out and trying to get those punches in. But then it becomes important how Sachin defends. So far his defense has been quite good. Couple of blistering blows landed though by Dilshad. Quick word of warning for the Indian boxer in red. Now he comes back into it. Lands a couple. Decent 1-2 combination yet again. Doesn't want to get stuck in that corner. That's where Dilshad is looking to push him. And Sachin, the aggressor, comes out of it. It's a lot more even as a round. But yet again, just to remind you, it's all subjective. It's about how the judges perceive things to have gone. Sachin throwing a couple of heavy punches but not able to connect. Dilshad defending a lot better in the second round. With his guard up most of the time, especially when he's within punching range. And also softening his opponent up with a few shots to the midriff. Always a smart strategy, especially when you've got the reach, which both these boxers possess. This time Sachin going into the center part of his opponent's body. Nothing below the belt, of course. That will be deemed an absolutely illegal move. Better from Sachin, now boxing his opponent into the corner, where he can throw a few good hard blows. Dilshad looking for the uppercut but misses. Another close one to call, but Sachin just having the better of it in the last 60 seconds. Sachin Sewach from Bhiwani, Haryana. Definitely landing the more decisive blows, especially towards the closing stages of that round. Dilshad Abdulmuradov has done his bit to contribute to a fascinating contest. But as of now, it's Sachin Sewach with the advantage. The Taipei judge has also switched over to his side. He's given this one 10-9. And 10-9 has been repeated by the other judges too. So it's now a 4-0 advantage in favor of the boxer from India. All to do for Dilshad, but he's been a good game fighter right the way through. The way that he upped the ante in that second round, suggestive of the fact that he knows what he needs to do. It's also a function of what your opponent does, and that's where Sachin has been quite clever. Dilshad, because he's the trailing boxer, needs to take the game to his opponent. Trying to be the more proactive one, occupying the center of the ring at the moment. Sachin dancing around, making sure that he keeps his opponent moving and guessing. Doesn't want to get into those corners, doesn't want to get on the ropes as much as possible. Dilshad has a good attacking game. Sachin is just about doing enough to thwart him. Every now and then tries to get some combinations going of his own, but Dilshad putting up staunch defense in response. That's a good right from the boxer in blue. Now going for the midriff, but it's Sachin who responds with a good left of his own. Trying to look for an uppercut with that left. Both boxers, in fact, not able to connect. Good little jab just to open up that left wing of Dilshad. Been creditable that both boxers have really taken the attack to each other. Much like we saw in the previous semi-final, Will Hewitt against Munarbek Saidbekulu. What similar style of boxing between the two. Attack first, not too many thoughts about defending. Even Sachin, despite that lead, is looking to be proactive in this round. He realizes that the more he does that, the more he tires out his opponent as well. The less chances of Dilshad Abdumuradov coming back into it. Really entertaining. Men's 60 kg semi-final, second semi-final on the penultimate day of action at the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. Been a good, strong performance by the Indian boxers. Couple of semi-finals lost today, of course. Neeraj Phogat among the women, Jugnu Ehlawat among the men. But apart from that, it's been a 100% record on day 4 for India. And it's likely that that will continue. The fine, aggressive brand of boxing exhibited by both men. But Sachin Siwach, with good tactics, brought up a little bit of daylight between himself and his Uzbek opponent, and even in the third round kept going for the offensive wherever possible. Some sharp lefts thrown in. Full credit to Dilshad as well. He was more than a match for his opponent today. However, only one of them can go through for a meeting against the world and Olympic medalist in the final tomorrow.
Result of the bout number 65. The winner on point by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing India.
Another final for India. Sachin goes through. It's a staggered verdict because in the last round it was scored 3-2. However, that second round, which went 5-love in his favor, has done a good enough job for Sachin Siwach. Terrific boxing between the two men. Dilshad Abdumuradov also gave it a good fight, and his positivity giving him some fruit in the last round, with 2 of the judges scoring it in his favor. But because Sachin had that advantage going through, he makes it for a final date against Saidbekulu. And we now move on to men's 70 kg category after this.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Rolling on now to the men's 70 kg category. And it'll see some more Indian participation. Hitesh Gulia. Gold and a silver already this year in the World Cup circuit. Man from Jhajjar in Haryana. Relying a little bit of nervous tension, but that's not a bad thing. He's got a smile, he's happy to see the home crowd. But he knows that this is going to be a tough bruising encounter against his Uzbek opponent.
In the blue corner, representing Uzbekistan, Ismailov Muhammad Tajibek.
Muhammad Azizbek Ismailov of Uzbekistan. Bright young prospect from the Uzbek stable. He's been an Asian under-20 champion. He's also won bronze at the 2024 Youth Championships in the light middleweight category. And that's what makes him a dangerous prospect going into this match. Again, the younger boxer, somebody who doesn't have much to lose against his more fancied local opponent.
Just one from Guatemala, just two from
Mohammad
France.
Abdel Salama of Egypt is the chief referee
just
from this.
From Ireland.
Ireland, Canada, Mongolia, France and Guatemala are represented among the judges' panels. Hitesh in red. So far in this evening session, the 4 bouts have been won by the boxer wearing blue. It's a good time to start a new trend. Certainly, Ismailov will be hoping not. So moving up 10 kgs in terms of weight classes, a bit more height, a bit more strength, the more definition in those muscles. A good positive beginning by Ismailov. Egging Hitesh on, trying to get him to attack him with his guard down on a few occasions. But Hitesh also happy to play the waiting game. Not taking the bait too often right now. Definitely going to be a keen encounter, this one. Hitesh Gulia is defending well, but he's also counter-punching much nicer than his opponent, which puts a bit more onus now on Ismailov to be the aggressor and to get a few constructive punches in. Something Hitesh does very well, if you notice, is how he uses his feet as a springboard into those punches. He's almost always on the move. But when he goes for his shots, you'll see a little bit of a spring in his stride, which aided with his natural 70 kgs. Something that's giving a lot of impact to those blows that he's handing out to his Uzbek opponent. Crowd really emotionally invested in this, as they would be expected to, with an Indian boxer in the ring. Hitesh in red. Now watch for that. Watch for that little spring before he goes for the punches. It's often an amalgamation of everything. It's about tactics, it's about technique, it's also about awareness. It's knowing what your opponent is expecting and possibly trying something completely the opposite of it. The element of surprise, extremely important in all combat sports. And surely so significant in boxing. Young Ismailov is enjoying this cauldron, absolutely enjoying himself in the middle. And he's probably not done a lot wrong, but Hitesh Gulia has seemingly landed a few more decisive punches. We'll know shortly with the scores. The cheers should tell you the story. But he's come out with a good positive game plan. Ismailov also connecting on few occasions, and not too many defensive maneuvers by either boxer. It's been pretty much a punch a second in this particular contest in the men's 70 kg category. Hitesh has won over 4 of the 5 judges, Guatemala opting to go with Ismailov.
Second zone.
Muhammad Azizbek Ismailov with a great opportunity, not just to make a dent, but to make a name for himself. He'll anyway go back with a bronze at worst, but he wants to go for better, showing the right urgency at the starting stages of the second round. But Hitesh Gulia will have some say in that matter as well. Just for the speed and the intensity, I would suggest that this bout in particular must be a photographer's delight. Sports photography anyway has evolved a lot. You have a lot more advanced equipment these days. Just that perfect moment of a punch landing, of a face contorting, of sweat flying around, sometimes a few tricklets of blood as well. Not advisable, of course, but inevitable. Makes for some absolutely great still pictures of the sport. Every day, the World Boxing site carries some of the best images of the day. That's something that you can check out. Besides, of course, catching up with all of the action on various online sources as well. Lots and lots of YouTube streams available of all these days' actions. But for the moment, it's an action-packed semi-final here in the men's 70 kgs. Word of caution for Hitesh. Ismailov trying to capture the center of the ring, but Hitesh is doing a very good job. Just drawing him into the corners, drawing him into spaces where he wants his opponent within hitting range. And then some powerful 1-2 combinations which open up Ismailov. A great battle. It is something that will take a lot out of both these men. Whoever goes through to the final will be grateful for whatever little recovery period there is. All the finals tomorrow. So quite likely that they'll be back in action in just about 24 hours, if not less. Ismailov continues to punch away even after that particular move had been broken down. Punch to the gut, following which the referee has a little word with Ismailov, wants him to concentrate a bit more on the upper portion. A little bit of frustration now creeping into the way that Ismailov is approaching this, but he's still very much in it. If he's not numerically back at parity, he's still got the opportunity of making a comeback in the third round. But Hitesh Gulia has controlled this bout quite well with his experience. Landing a few decisive jabs, couple of uppercuts. And his right-left combinations have been quite good. Here he makes contact first with the right and then unable to follow up with the left, but some decent maneuvers from the boxer in red from India. Man from Jhajjar, Haryana, winning over all the judges in the second one. So Guatemala currently tied for both men, 19 apiece. And overall it's 4-0 in favor of Hitesh of India. So Ismailov has no option, but now needs to go for broke, needs to go for that knockout punch if he can land that. And Hitesh will be forgiven if he gets defensive, but knowing his style, it's not something that is first nature to him. Still marrying a bit of pragmatism now, staying on his feet, but also staying far away from Ismailov as much as possible. A lovely atmosphere this evening. Plenty more fans than in the afternoon session. Buzzing along as Hitesh seems to be moving up a few gears. Ismailov trying his best to act as the natural speed breaker. Hitesh has moved around substantially all the way through in this particular bout, but specifically in round 3, knowing that it is his opponent who has to chase the game. It can sometimes feel a little insurmountable, these odds, especially for a youngster like Muhammad Asilbek Ismailov of Uzbekistan, Asian under-22 champion, a World Youth Championship medalist as well. Just the numerical superiority as well as a partisan crowd baying against you can have a little bit of a psychological effect. It's very easy to say that you can blank out the scores, you can blank out what's happening around you. That's much easier said than done. Into the closing 10 seconds. Hitesh Gulia closing in on yet another finals appearance for the home nation, India, at these World Cup finals in Greater Noida. The third round was pretty much about game management, and he seemed to manage that pretty well. Of course, as expected, there was a lot of aggressive intent shown by Ismailov, but Hitesh was furious with some of his counter punches, and on the whole, he was defensively more compact than he had been across the first 2 rounds. We'll await the decision, but it should go in the Indians' favor.
Result of the bout number 66. The winner on point by unanimous point decision in the red corner, representing India.
Hitesh is a hit in Greater Noida. Very smart ring craft from him. And that's why he's had all those medals in the World Cup couple of stages this year. Kept himself on top right through this bout. Started with a lot of attacking fervor, but as the match wore on, he realized that Ismailov was getting a little more desperate, was looking to create openings. That's when he made his defense a bit more compact, and eventually does enough to make his way through to the men's 70 kg finals. We'll find out the identities of his opponent next.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
We now have the second of these semi-finals in the men's 70 kg category. Yuri Zakhariev of Ukraine, and he'll be taking on Nurbek Mursal of Kazakhstan.
Representing Ukraine, Zakhariev Yuri.
Ukraine represented in these last 2 weight categories in the semi-finals. First, we are seeing Yuri Zakhariev had a good bruising encounter against Kang Wei of Chinese Taipei in the quarterfinals, where he emerged victorious despite a spirited effort from Chia Wei. And if memory serves me right, he had to come from being a few points behind, or at least a round behind, against his opponent.
Kazakhstan, Mursal Nurbek.
This man too had a close encounter. Kazakhstan's Nurbek Mursal winning against Ikhtiar Nishonov of Kyrgyzstan in his quarterfinals a couple of days ago. Showed a lot of maturity in that match as well. So this is a match of two boxers who've had it tough in the previous rounds. Probably going to be a question of just how well they have recovered, both physically as well as emotionally, from the impact or the efforts made a couple of days ago.
World boxing, just 4 from Mexico, just 5 from Mongolia.
Ahhyeon against Mursal. Mursal was visibly tired in that match in the quarterfinal. It was pretty much a come from behind in a sense, because it seemed like his opponent was in control for much of that contest. Defended very well. Height advantage for the man in blue. That in 70 kgs could be a significant advantage. Let's see. Going to be tight, that's for sure. Trying a couple of prods into the midsection, Mursal. But Ahhyeon able to defend himself quite ably now, looking for a couple of moves of his own. Relatively incident-free first round so far. Very much case of two heavy punchers just sussing things out to settle into the bout, taking their time midway through the first round. Ahhyeon has landed a couple of blows in recent times. Mursal, we know, is defensively quite efficient. Continue in that same vein at the moment. Top angle shots always gives a very good idea about the spaces being occupied. As with every combat sport, you have to recollect that the athlete themselves, they see everything in 3 dimensions. When we are watching on a monitor, it's only those 2 dimensions which are visible to us. The athlete look at length, breadth as well as height. Everything matters. Everything offers you a little bit of scope, a little bit of space to move into. That's why peripheral vision is so much an important factor. It's not about merely keeping your eyes on your opponent, it's also about knowing exactly where you are relative to the 4 corners of the ring. fairly clean first round where there haven't been too many stoppages, not too many entanglements, but a fair amount of engagement between the two. Zakhariev will probably feel a bit more confident that he's done enough to win some of the coaches or judges over. But Mursal is also very smart in the way that he started. Definitely got some decent punches in, and his defense, as we've emphasized, is something to behold. That defensive performance actually gives him the lead at the moment. It's 4-1 in favor of Nurbek Mursal from Kazakhstan, beg your pardon. Yuri Zakhariev knows all about coming back. Did it so well against Khan Chiawei of Taipei in his quarterfinal a couple of evenings back. The best of the best in action here at the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. An ending event, especially on the World Cup circuit, with stages played previously in Brazil and Kazakhstan. Of course, many of these countries, not necessarily all these boxers, also part of the World Championships which happened in Liverpool earlier this year. A few of those medalists from that World Championships are part of the fray, but quite a few missing out. But with those nations or those federations qualified, there have been some representatives sent over in any case. And for some of those younger boxers, an outstanding opportunity to learn some great lessons, watch some of the world's best in action, take notes, hopefully tune into the broadcasts as well. Nurbek Mursal, it will be very interesting to see how he manages this from here with a 4-1 lead. Knows that a second round going his way would pretty much settle it in his favor. Probably has half an inch or an inch in terms of a height advantage. What he wants to do is stay away from the punching range of the Ukrainian as much as possible.
Минута осталась, сам работай! Дальше, дальше, дальше! Дальше, вот хорош, повторяй!
You often hear a lot of football managers or soccer managers, for some of you prefer that word, say that the first line of attack is from the defense. The goalkeeper who's actually the first attacker in many senses. Something similar in boxing, I suppose. If you want to launch into good aggression, it does begin with having a solid defense. The more you can rebuff your opponent, the more you can push him into indiscretions. That opens up avenues for you to attack yourself, and that's the philosophy that Mursal has taken to this bout. Mostly been on the defensive, but every now and then just reaches out, especially with that long left of his, and connects against Zakhariev. The second round, which also perhaps has gone the way of Mursal. You have to wait and watch. Zakhariev making some positive moves, trying his best to overturn this deficit. But Mursal with some solid defending and some good counter punches from time to time. That little reach of his. So the second round also won by Mursal, but now by a much slimmer margin. It's only 3-2. That is left. Slight window of opportunity. There's a chance now for the Ukrainian to come back into this if he can clinch the third and final round in his favor clear. A minor opportunity, and it's something that Mursal will also be aware of. But he's not completely out of bounds yet. .70 kg action. Hitesh Gulia making it through. Yet another Indian finalist for the Thursday finals. Fans will be hoping it's not just the finals, but it's also the national anthem, which plays out multiple times. With the Indians finishing on top of the podium. Final round, Mursal pretty much playing the way that you would expect him to, with the lead. More of a safety first approach by the Kazakh. Ukrainian Zakhariev needs to take a few risks. Moving in, trying to land a few decisive punches. Wasn't a bad position to have his opponent in, but Mursal has been very good in his defensive prowess right through. Astonishing stamina in both his bouts. The way that he lasts late into the third round. The way he's able to defend himself, beg your pardon. And again points to kind of depth of field, especially in Kazakhstan. Got time on his side, Mursal, and he knows it. Very intelligent defending late in this match. Stay an arm's length away. Watch out for the knockout punch. Run the clock down every time you can. Somewhere Yuri Zakhariev is beginning to realize that this is slipping away from him. That little smile right at the end tells you all you need to know. That Mursal believes he's done enough to set up a final date with Hitesh. Again, good defensive work. Weaving and ducking out of the way as often as possible, keeping his guard up. Not too many occasions when he was required to counter punch, but that with great degree of ease as well. Just that little advantage in terms of a slender difference in height, well exploited by Nurbek Mursal of Kazakhstan.
Result of the bout number 67. The winner on point by split decision. In the blue corner, representing Kazakhstan, Mursal Nurbek.
Yes, a split decision even in the final one. In fact, Zakhariev winning that final round 3-2. But because Mursal was in a slightly more advantageous position, he walks away the winner of this. So much narrower than one could have thought. And Zakhariev was so close to upsetting that entire score in that final round. Claiming the final round, but not decisively enough. That's proved to be the difference between the two boxers. Kazakhstan's Nurbek Mursal, a lot more defensive all the way through. Intelligent and very canny with the way that he used those spaces. Set up his final date in the men's 70 kg category.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
It was Ukraine against Kazakhstan. Before this, it's Ukraine against Uzbekistan now as we move along to the men's 75 kg. Pavlo Ilyusha up against Javohir Abdurrahimov. Ilyusha through to the semi-finals with a bye in the quarter-finals. Quarter-finalist at the World Championships where he lost out to Jafarov from Azerbaijan earlier this year in Liverpool.
Bout number 68, semi-final, elite male 75 kg weight category. In the red corner, representing Ukraine, Ilyusha Pavlo.
Solid build. Definitely got some good reach on him as well. Should be someone to watch out for in this bout. And of course, by virtue of being from Ukraine, he had a direct bye. He is the top seed in this part of the draw.
Representing Uzbekistan, Abdurrahimov Javohir.
Of course, the Uzbek boxer Javohir Abdurrahimov had a narrow victory against Aman Konsbekov of Kazakhstan in the quarterfinals. He's come through a pretty stern battle. We saw that reflected in the last match as well. Both boxers had come through some tight matches in their quarterfinals. That helped them perhaps just enter that game with a bit more verve. Mexican referee for this one. Australia, Taipei, Canada, Egypt and Ireland represented among the judges. Yet again, we are seeing a European against an Asian at the World Boxing Cup Finals. It's going to be a recurrent theme. In fact, it's likely to happen a few times tomorrow on Finals Day as well. Asia and Europe in the second of these matches as well, which will follow after, which is the last bout of this evening session. Sumit Kundu of India will be up against Michal Jarlinski of Poland. Ilyusha in red. Nothing much to choose in terms of height. Perhaps a little bit more of a reach from Javohir. He had good defensive technique, which he showed off against Konsbekov. Another match where we thought that the opponent was actually doing pretty well. But Javohir just clung on, stayed close to his opponent, and in the end did enough to impress the judges in his favor. Early exchanges as you would expect in a match of this nature. More of a case of just feeling their way into the bout. Nothing soul stirring as such from either boxer. More of a battle right now to try and just occupy the center of the ring. Been oscillating between the two. Ilyusha, one who probably began with a bit more attacking intent, but Javohir now growing into the contest. Sprightly movements from both. Substantial by way of attacking strategy formulated or at least executed with any success by either Javokhir or by Ilyusha. I myself am tempted to give this round just marginally to Javokhir, man in blue, but Ilyusha also has had his moments. Pavlo Ilyusha from Ukraine started very positively, but Javokhir definitely grew his way into the bout, defended quite stoutly. And as that round wore on, landed a few decent punches of his own, but it's been more about defense rather than attack. It's been more about realism and pragmatism from both boxers. But Javokhir has a slender lead, so I read that right. 3 of the judges agree with me. Taipei, Canada and Egypt going with him, but 2 of them also with Ilyusha, Australia and Ireland. So that does indicate that this is a close bout in the making. The scores only confirm what we thought. It's very tight between the two.
Round 2.
With some good counter-offensives launched by Javokhir after being caught out by a punch from Ilyusha. Reiterate again, every time that somebody has competed at some substantial level, you know that there is some quality, some class about them. Whether they've come back with medals, secondary, but just qualifying alone, especially from some very competitive fields, that is an indicator usually of how good some of these boxers are. Javokhir Abdurakhimov anyway comes from Uzbekistan, especially in the slightly heavier weight categories. They've got some absolute champions in this craft. In fact, in the World Cup alone this year, Fazluddin Erkinboyev from Uzbekistan winning in Brazil. Did miss out at the 75 category, where Kazakhstan took gold and Bulgaria took silver during the second stage in Kazakhstan. And similarly, Pavlo Ilyusha has been to the World Championships, has been a quarterfinalist there. Lost out to his Azerbaijani opponent. That tells you that there is some quality about him as well, and that's been evident in this bout. It's been cagey tactical battle, one where both are focusing more on minimizing errors than on trying anything adventurous. Now I got the prediction right for the previous round. slightly at a loss in terms of how this may have panned out. I think Ilyusha has made a few positive moves, but is it enough to overturn the points deficit that he had? It was only narrow 3-2. We'll find out soon. Certainly, Ilyusha landing a few good blows, but Javokhir seems to have a very good defensive technique which enables him to just weave his way out of trouble and then land a few counters in response. And it's another pay now, have them tied. So it's a 2-1 advantage for Javokhir. It's not enough, but it's just enough to stay with his nose in front. It means that there is an opening. A decisive third round win wins it for Ilyusha, to put it simply. And Javokhir knows that what he needs to do is to avoid any major mishap from happening. If he stays just ahead, he can decisively win this third round, then it's his for the taking. But even if he's able to stay just ahead, maybe 3-2, that should do it for him. Anything less and it brings Ilyusha into it numerically. Of breaks in play, and with each occasion the referee having a word with Javokhir, probably an indicator that he's looking at some game management, but doesn't want to get drawn into doing too much of that. Needs to continue to fight the way that he did in the first 2 rounds, which was quite effective. Only narrow wins, but good. 2-1 in terms of judges. And it also depends on the kind of advice which has come in from your coaching staff. The directive is to try and run the clock down, just try and negate the opponent as much as possible. That might be the thought, that might be the first instinct in a situation like this. Javokhir Abdurrakhimov into the last minute, leading by the slenderest of margins against Pavlo Ilyusha of Ukraine. How does he approach these closing stages? Shouldn't get too defensive, shouldn't get too much into management. Just needs to keep his opponent at bay. Get some shots of your own in. Oh, he's been sent tumbling down. It's a wry smile from the man from Uzbekistan. On the verge of qualifying for the final. It would seem he's done enough. He probably has. It's a good sporting spirit between the two. Pavlo Ilyusha of Ukraine and Abdurrakhimov Javokhir of Uzbekistan. The third round all about management from the man in blue. He knew he had the slender lead, tried to protect it as much as possible. Ilyusha has been positive right from the start. That's why we've seen 2 close split decisions to begin with. It will be a split verdict, but it will be interesting to see which way this goes finally. Both men claiming it for the moment.
In the blue corner, representing Uzbekistan, Abdurrakhimov Jahobir.
It is Javokhir Abdurrakhimov of Uzbekistan. And yet another split verdict, but this time in favor of Ilyusha. He won this third round 3-2, but couldn't sway enough of the judges his way. And in the end, it's a close 3-2 victory for Javokhir Abdurrahimov. What a great contest to kick things off in the men's 75 kgs, the first semi-final, going right down to the proverbial wire. Just that one particular judge who could not be swayed. So Javokhir makes it through to the final and now will await the winner of the next match in the final.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
Now the final bout of the night. It's got Sumit Kundu of India and he'll be up against Michal Jarlinski of Poland. Clash of two splendid young boxers in their respective weight categories.
Bout number 69, semi-final, elite male 75 kg. In the red corner, representing India, Sumit.
Sumit Kundu, another one from the wrestling nursery, or rather the boxing nursery, that is Haryana. Beat Kim Hyun Tae of South Korea in his quarterfinals. He's on the comeback trail after injuries in recent times and made the round of 16 in Liverpool at the World Championships. As did his opponent today,
Poland,
Michal Jarlinski. Got a bye through to this round. He's the second seed. And he'll be looking to upset the home favorite in this particular bout. All set up for a grand finish on the penultimate day of action here at the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida 2025.
Against Jennifer. Judge 1 from Malaysia. Judge 2 from Jet.
Jennifer Huggins from Canada is the in-ring referee.
Judge 4 from Chinese Taipei.
The judges come from Croatia, Egypt, Taipei, Guatemala, and one Moroccan in there as well. Michal Jarlinski also lost out to an English boxer in the round of 16 during the World Championships at Liverpool. Had a bye in his first round, whereas Sumit Kundu had to beat a Jordanian opponent before going down to a player from Bulgaria in the pre-quarterfinals of the World Championships. Height advantage for Sumit. It's all about how he can exploit that. This promises to be yet another cagey battle as we've gone through the weight categories in the men's division. It's become closer and closer among the boxers. All about exploiting those tiny openings which do present themselves from time to time, but it's also about awareness, about the ability to capitalize on that. Sumit moves in with a quick 1-2, does land one of his punches. A minute into it, still very much similar to some of the previous bouts we've seen in this evening session, where the boxers have been adopting more of a safety-first approach, looking to suss out what their opponent is doing rather than going all guns blazing early on. Speaking of which, what a fabulous finals lineup we have across all the categories, men's and women's. The best rising to the top. This is the last of those finals to be decided. The winner here set to meet Javokhir Abdurrahimov from Uzbekistan. fascinating Thursday in prospect at the World Boxing Cup finals here. Final 60 seconds of the opening round. After a day of grappling with it, especially yesterday, I finally figured out the number of seconds, the number of minutes, the number of rounds. Can happen. These are long sessions. You can get a little bit of brain fog at times. But clarity of thought at the moment from both Yarlinsky and Sumit. Into the last few seconds. All depends on how the judges see it, but Sumit Kundu will feel that he has done enough to shade this first round in his favor. But Yarlinsky has proved to be a fairly good opponent as well, as you would expect from two players who are finished in comparable positions at the World Championships. Yarlinsky definitely packing a punch when he got those moves going. And Sumit very much the counter puncher. That's his style as well. And it has worked in his favor in the past. But at the moment, it is the Polish boxer who's got the wheels of the match in his control. It's a 4-1 lead for Michal Yarlinsky. Only the Guatemalan judge decreeing this to go in favor of Sumit. But we've seen such scores overturned. It's been a dramatic semi-finals day. There could still be a twist or two or three. Not far from where my commentary box is. Some of the Polish support staff are the boxers chanting for their country as loud as they can be, trying to make it audible over the noise from the Indian crowd, shouting Polska, Polska. Sumit has to be very, very judicious with how he approaches the remainder of this bout. Definitely needs to be more proactive, definitely needs to attack more, but also has to watch out for Yarlinsky and his stance, which is suggestive of somebody who can use both right and left with equal ease. Just trying to open up the right at the moment. Yarlinsky's perspective, it's just important to manage this out. He has a significant lead in terms of how he scored that first round with a 4-1. So if he can get another 4-1, then he'll know that he's in pole position to clinch this match. It's those counters which have to be more effective for Sumit at the moment, just getting the back. Kundu still needs to get a bit more active, to get more engaging. Michal Yarlinsky is doing so well. Last 10 seconds. Sumit's probably not been able to climb back into this contest completely. It's often a barometer of how the crowd also responds, because the Indian crowd, the partisan Indian crowd, hasn't really been warming up too much to the task. Some decent punches landed, and some turnovers definitely did take place. Remember, it was 4-1 in the first round, so Jarlinski had that significant advantage going into the second one, and he's managed this quite well. The second one is closer. It's 3-2 in favor of Michal Jarlinski. But what that does mean is that it's 3-1 overall. Third judge tied on points, 19 each. The fourth one, or the fifth one rather, the man from Guatemala, the judge from Guatemala rather, is 2018 in favor of Sumit, but everybody else at the moment going with the Polish boxer. He needs a 5 love here, or better if he can, Sumit. Attempting to be as positive as he can, but this is good defensive work from Jarlinski. Boxing pretty much with his guard up at most times. It's now about stamina, it's about energy. And energy levels from Jarlinski have been superb right through this bout. Looked slightly fresher than his opponent. Possibly also a reflection of the fact that he's definitely the fresher of the two to buy into this round. While Sumit had to come through a bruising encounter against a South Korean opponent in his quarterfinals a couple of days ago. Winner meets Javohir Abdurrahimov from Uzbekistan. Just coming a little bit loose. Just a little mellow around the arena, and that's probably a reflection of how this bout has gone. Sumit Kundu could do with a bit of support, could do with a bit of cheers, but it's not really coming through at the moment. The last of the encounters on the penultimate day. Second semi-final, last minute of the last round. Sumit chasing this battle. Now the chance begin. Can he deliver a KO? You know, he's gunning for it. Jarlinski is doing enough to just keep his opponent at an arm's length. Trying to egg him on, trying to bait him into it. But this is good game management from Michal Jarlinski of Poland. Sumit needs him within touching distance, needs him within punching distance. But Jarlinski is doing so well to keep himself as away as possible from any of those punches. A little bit of time was added on for that restrapping which was done, but now we are into the last 10 seconds. And I'm afraid it doesn't look very good for the Indian boxer. He's confident though, both of them giving a little bit of a fist pump to their respective corners, but Michal Jarlinski has been the smarter of the two boxers in this particular contest. Sumit trying his best, Sumit trying to be the aggressor, especially in that final round. Got a few decent punches in, but has he done enough? It'll be a split decision. but it will probably go the way of the hand from Poland. Men's 75 kg, the verdict about to come. Good show of camaraderie between the two.
The winner on point by split decision in the blue corner, representing Poland,
Vishal Yalinski wraps up things on day 4 with a good win against Sumit of India. Stayed just a touch ahead of his opponent right through this. Sumit Kundu certainly started with an explosive burst of speed, tried to take the fight to his opponent as much as he could. But Yalinski, once he had that first round in his favor by 4-1, it seemed like he was always going to be the favorite. Took the second round 3-2 as well. And in all likelihood, he has managed to get this one going as well. So that concludes all the matches on day 4, and an organization like this, of course, requires considerable number of people who chip in with their contributions. Earlier today, we spoke to the Boxing Federation of India's Secretary General, Pramod Kumar, and here's what he had to say.
हमारा ये 5वां जो है इंडिया को मिला है, और इंडिया में भी गौतम बुद्ध नगर को मिला है, और मैं उत्तर प्रदेश को मिला है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि मैं खुद उत्तर प्रदेश का सेक्रेटरी था, अभी जनरल सेक्रेटरी ऑल इंडिया का हूँ। तो यहाँ पे हो रहा, तो इससे प्राउड की बात मेरे लिए, उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए, भारत के लिए कोई हो नहीं सकती। गौतम बुद्ध नगर में लास्ट 2 इयर्स में जो है करीब 9 नेशनल्स कंटिन्यू कराए हैं, जिसमें सारे कंपटीशन हमने किए हैं। बॉक्सरों को अगर कंपटीशन मिलते रहेंगे, जितने ज़्यादा कंपटीशन मिलते रहेंगे, उतनी उनकी हाई परफॉर्मेंस चलेगी। बॉक्सिंग फेडरेशन बहुत ही अग्रेसिव है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इवेंट करने के लिए, इंटरनेशनल इवेंट करने के लिए भी, और हम कोशिश होगी कि हमारा कॉमनवेल्थ बॉक्सिंग जो है अहमदाबाद में ऑर्गेनाइज करें।
So the evening session comes to a conclusion. Wosh Yishuan sets up a final against Nikhat Zareen. It was Will Hewitt who lost out to Said Bekulu Munarbek, after which Sachin Siwach with a terrific victory in the men's category, 60 kg category. And then, of course, we moved along to the men's 70 kgs, where Hitesh Gulia got a big win against Muhammad Azizbek Ismailov. And then a close encounter going the way of Nurbek Mursal against Yuri Zakhariev. Another close one, which Javohir won against Pavlo Ilyusha. And in the last one, Vishal Yalinski managing it exceptionally well against a spirited Sumit Kundu from India to book himself a berth in the final of the men's 75 kg final. So the World Boxing Cup Finals, Day 4 comes to a conclusion here at Greater Noida. We'll be back tomorrow with Day 5, which will have all the finals and all the medal ceremonies right here at the Shahid Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex. Do join us then, but for now, it's good night and goodbye from all of us here in Greater Noida.